Sesame, motherfucker. I already went live. What is going on? Please. Please. There it is. Pin this one right here. Oh hello fuckers, it's me Z14. Welcome back to another stream. I don't know what to do right now, so I'm just gonna yeah, konnichiwa everybody. It's time for us to play with Pokemon. I don't know why, I just want to play Pokemon today, so let's see. Shush about the skill issue. Oh. Huh. Wait, what are we supposed to do? Yes, I love Pokemon. May gone home, I think. Maybe these kids traveling around the thing again get tired. Hold on, let me just I put my settings. You see my settings right here, everybody? You see my settings? I can't see shit. There we go. Why is my sync up? Why is the sound sounding like this? Jesus. I'll change the sound frequency too. Oh, we about to put it at 69. What the fuck? Blows up pancakes with mine. My fucking bank. Let's see. It's full screen mode. Hey, Lowell Ned. Nothing much. You didn't miss anything. I'm just going to play this game. Bum 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 bum. It's my girl Blazy. We scratch her. We scratch her. Exactly, Pokemon. I'm playing the Pokemons right now. Da 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 da. Da da da. Do 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 do. I don't know why my music's sounding like this. I apologize. It's Pokemon Emerald Skittles. Hello, what's up? What's your name? Hi, I work at the Pokemon Market. I get you to come with me. Hi, welcome to Walmart. Hold on. Exactly. It's Pokemon. Yep, it's Torchic. What the fuck? I apologize that it looks. I apologize that it sounds like this. What's up, fuckhead? Blazy! Killer! Critical hit. I'm not sure if Pokemon Emerald has Pikachu. Hell yeah. Hello, May. Hi, Jacob. I see my dad gave you Pokemon as a gift. Since we're here, let's have a quick battle. I'll give you a taste of what being a trainer is like. Exactly, it's alive right now. Yes, Skittles. I'm playing as Jacob. Yes, yes, Jacob plays Pokemon. Stretch! Goodbye. Yo, I got 69 points, everybody. I don't care about focus energy. Alright, we shall go. Why is the music like this? Jesus. Nope, that just sounds worse. Well, I guess I have to take off the thing today. Let me check my options right now. If it's stereo, hold on. Your fave is Espeon and Vaporeon? Hey, where's the? Hey, did you know that according to like? Hey, did you know that according to all female and male Pokemon, Vaporeon is actually? I'm kidding. I'm a big fan of yours, and can I get? Hello, Rage NMs. What's up? Thank you for always supporting my shit. They're kind of cringe, but I'm glad you like it. Alright, we going to Little Root Town. We about to go somewhere. We about to go back here. Hello. Hello, Jacob. What's up? You have an extensive... I ordered this for my research, but I think you should get this. Streaming at 7 p.m. Exactly. You love the... Glad you like the fucking driller ship so much, buddy. Okay. I'm lagging like crazy? How so? I likes to play Pokemans. Jacob, wait a second, darling. Ah, yes, that. Yes, the timeline where Jacob's mom is actually alive. Yes, Waffle, it is Pokemon Emerald. I love Pokemon Emerald. My god, I can finally be able to, yay, I can finally be able to fucking run, hell yeah. Oh my god. I played this back in 6th grade, fuck. You can't, that's so cool, Flowey. I was in a Lavender Town back in like Pokemon Red, I remember. We can't kill female Pokemons. Why do you name him Lucy? That's the question. Zigzagoon, zigzagoon, zigzagoon. Alright, run. Run. Fuck. The only Pokemon you know is Pikachu, it's fine. I'm playing Pokemon Emerald JVR. That's it. We're leaving. Bye-bye. Hey, you know, Skittles, maybe they're trans. Who knows? Hello, what's up? I would like to restore my entire Pokemon back to full health because I suck at everything. What is my favorite Pokemon? It's between Gardevoir and Lopunny. I'm so sad Lopunny's not here. Hello guys, today we're gonna be fighting a child. And his fucking and his bitch of a Puchaina. Exactly. Child abuse. Remember guys, Knight 14 does not condone child abuse. Nor will she ever actually condone to anything that involves around abuse in general, so just take it as a dark joke, because dark jokes exist. It's as dark as the sun can get. Leave me alone, Lotad. Oh, hello. Our eyes met. I don't have a crush on you, bug hunter bitch. I mean, bug catcher, fuck. Hello, it's you, Wormble. I will use Scratch. Or, you know, I could just eat the Wurmple. Let me just fast forward this. Oh, hi. What's your name, huh? What's your name? Ezekiel! Fuck you, Ezekiel. You know what? You know what I did? You better not bring my mother into this. You know what I did? You better not. I burnt that fire over there. Oh. And I fucked your mother next to it. Fuck you, Ezekiel. Holy shit, you had a Machamp waffle? Jesus Christ. Shush. TikTok. Fuck you. There. That is so cool. That is such a big flex, and I hate you. I'm kidding. I love you. Hi. Hello, little girl. You suck ass. You're kind of the same age as me, so whatever. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm sorry. Let me. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. I need to go to... You were flirting with fucking character AI Alistair? Shit. You found one potion. Go away. I will try to find a route right now. No, that's the Puchahina. No, not you. Do not eat my Blaziken. Not my Torchic, sorry. They haven't evolved yet. She hasn't evolved yet. Guys, speedrun on trying to find where the hell Ralts could be, because I want a Gardevoir, and it must be female. Not this one, Jesus. Nope. None of you. Nope, not this one either. I know. I hate grinding. But you know, it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. This guy... Alright, so... This is ZFNAG14 trying to find the female routes. Challenge nearly impossible. But it is very... But it is possible for you to get one. But Jesus Christ, it's kind of fucking difficult because you have to like go into the same path over and over again because apparently it just like doesn't appear sometimes, and I fucking hate it. And I want a fucking Gardevoir. Why am I speaking so quickly? I don't fucking know. Maybe it's because I'm also... Maybe it's because it's like fast forward right now, and I'm basically like probably also doing a fast forward time shit too. So yeah, sorry about that. Anyway, so no, that's a Puchina. It's just no, that's a Wurmple. It's the and then another Puchina. Fucking go away. I want a Ralts, not please. I want a Ralts, not Lotad. Lotad, shut the fuck up, please. Alright, so okay. Oh, that's a... That is a Ralts, but it's not a female one. I don't want a male Ralts. I want a female one. Oh my god, challenge impossible, fuckheads. Alright, that's fine. We're gonna be able to find it anyway. Fine. Okay, so we're just basically just trying to find where the hell it is. Why does gender matter? Because Jacob right here cross-dresses, and I had this funny like headcanon that if if Jacob is in the Pokemon world, most of the Pokemon that he caught are female. So that I'm basically just sticking to the lore. So I'm just trying to find a female Ralts for Jacob. So there's that, and it's kind of difficult right now because I can't really find it. So this is gonna be probably boring for you guys, but you know what? I don't care because I'm basically like trying to find this. You're just like you guys should just like no, fuck off, C dot. I don't care. That was very rare though. You can't actually find a C dot right here this often. So whatever. Where are you? I swear to God. I swear to the bejesus out of you. Jesus. Don't worry. I'll try to make this as entertaining as possible because apparently I'm basically just here. Is his mom alive? No. Jacob's mom is not alive. Jacob's mother is dead. So is his dad. So yeah, there's that. So she'll go away there. Okay, so going back here. No, that's a female Puchina. No. Okay, no. Sure, go away. Okay, so we're just trying to find it so much. Okay, so just You know, I love you guys, okay? But I'm starting to get pissed at this game a little bit sometimes. Like, so yeah, it's really difficult to find the, yeah. It's kind of difficult to find, no. It's kind of difficult to find the, a route, especially if it's a female route. So, yeah, I'm gonna do this 3 times. If I don't find, if I get a route and it's still male, then so be it. I'm gonna make him gay then, I guess. It's funny how in this, it's funny how in Pokemon Emerald, like, a male Ralts turns into a Gardevoir. Considering that, canonically, if a male Ralts, is on the last evolution, they actually, they actually turn into Gallade, not Gardevoir. So, basically, it's implied that there's some male Ralts who just turns. Oh. Wait. I need to save this. I need to make sure I do not kill it. Finally! Oh boy. Finally! It was a success! Yes! Give a nickname to Ralts. Yes, I'll give you a nickname. I shall name you... Blanc. Alright, that's enough for today. Bye-bye. Time to go down here. It only took me twice to actually get that, so I just... Okay. Because Gardevoir is white, so I basically just... No, not load. Jesus. Save it right here quickly. Then just delete this part. There we go. So yeah, it's just, yeah, that's like the reason why I named him Blank. It's because, well, yeah, it's Blanc. I could have named her Blanc. I could have named her Blanca, but you know what? Whatever. I need to level you up too. But basically, the only thing that you know is Growl. So this is gonna be a problem. Hello, father. What's up, father? Oh my god, it's Wally. It's my future boyfriend. I mean, what? You didn't hear me? No, I didn't say that's my future boyfriend. You guys are, yeah, you're making a meme. You're making a meme for me? I'd love to see it. Alright, so fast forward this because I don't need to hear this shit. How dare you copy me? Alright. Right. So, we just... Ooh. My face is reflected in the water. It's a shining grin full of hope. Or it could be a look of somber silence, struggling in fear. What do you see reflected in your face? I see wide mouth, anyway. Who are you? Scott Pilgrim looking ass. Excuse me, let me guess from the way you dressed, are you a Pokemon trainer? Well, maybe not. Your clothes aren't all that dirty. You're either a rookie trainer or maybe you're just an ordinary kid. I'm roaming the land in search of talented trainers. I'm sorry to have taken your time. Alright. It's time for us to... Hello. What's up? 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 I will bury you in the sand. Oh yes, burn! Burn, baby, burn! Hold on. Growl. There we go. So, alright, you contributed to society. There. Yes. We changed Pokemons. Growl. Before you fucking die. Ember. There we go. Yay! She grew to level 5. Yes, Cross. Pokemons. Hello. Hit. Oh shit. It just fucking splash, but nothing happens. There you go. You contributed to society block. Now let me just burn this bitch. It's not okay. It's not effective. Scratch, 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 scratch. All right. Hello. Leave me alone, Meryl. I don't need you right now. Fuck you, chubby bitch. Anyway, I'm actually, yeah. You know what? I'm just gonna fast forward the entire thing. I'm not even trying. This is funny. Oh. Moo. Moo. Go away. Ugh. Hello. Let me just growl. Don't kill my poor baby boy. Girl. Sorry, I didn't mean to misgender you. Yay! Thank you. You're so rich. Holy shit. You're so rich. You gave me 1,400 yen. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Leave me alone! Fire! Hello. Leave me alone. Why would you consume a possum, buddy? Alright. You, my friend, have a terrible fucking thing. Why is it all of them level 3? You could have gotten a better number. Oh my god, it's the it's Team Aqua. Growl. Alright, that's enough. Ember. Ember. Yas. Oh, nice. My girl learned confusion. Hell yeah. It's time to leave me alone. Oh. Aha, kill yourself. Ember. Leave me alone. I said leave me alone. Oh my god. Leave me alone. Oh my god. You're making the latte. You're making the spicy latte accent come out. Are you choking me? Like, what the fuck? Shit, go away. Oh my god. Okay. Leave me alone! Oh my god! Leave! Leave me alone! My god. Hello, Baku. What's up? Hello, what's up? Are you gay? Okay. Hello, what's up? Are you gay? Okay, leave me alone. Bye-bye. Fuck you. Oh my god. It's my future boyfriend. Actually, no, you're not my type. Leave me alone, faker! Ember, Ember. Rawr, 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 bitch, rawr. The fuck? That was a close one. Let me just I have a lot of orb berries. Use it for you. There we go. Now you don't actually have to. Hey. Hey, what's up, girl? Like, I'm about to fight some fucking 6-year-olds. Oh my god. Okay, bye-bye. Ooh. What's up? Okay, leave me alone. Hello? What's up? I'm about to, you know what? You're useless. You're useless. Time to just... No. You're useless. Your Magikarp is useless. All your Magikarps are useless. Stop talking to me. Don't look at my face ever again with those fucking terrible looking ass fucking... Oh my god. Okay. I think I should buy some things. It's time to sell some stuff. Oh my god. I'm gonna sell all these 4. I'm gonna sell this. Oh my god. I shall buy 5 of them. Because I need to, like... I don't know what I'm doing. Oh. Oh look, it's Pikachu. Ooh, what's this? Hello? Oh, oh hey, what's up, Disc? That's really funny you're here. Oh, what the fuck? Hey. My daddy's working at the corporation. My daddy made this, but I can't use it, so you can have it. Back in the old days, Devon was just a teeny tiny company. Devon's president likes to connect rare stones. I think the president's son also collects rare stones. I can't. Oh my god, Amari, hey! It's been a while. Glad you're in the stream. Anyway. At the time of the expression, that limbo way you move, that are your well-trained Pokemon, you're obviously a skilled trainer. No, wait, don't say a word. I can tell just by looking at you. I'm sure that you can put this hidden machine that you can use. So, no need to be nervous or shy. Go on, take it. The hidden machine, or HM for short, is cut. But an HM move is one that can be used by Pokemon outside of battle. Many Pokemon that's learn cut can chop down thin trees, and the trainer has earned the Stern Badge. And unlike a TM, an HM can be used more than once. When they were expanding the city of Westboro, my dad helped out. We made his Pokemon use cut to clear the land of trees. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm so sorry. Pokemon Trainer School! If I go to the school, will I be able to catch rare Pokemon easily? Hello! Did we meet before? I think back in Petalburg City. Let me introduce myself. My name's Scott. I've been traveling everywhere in search of outstanding trainers. More specifically, I'm looking for Pokemon battle experts. And also, what brings you to this school? Are you a trainer too? The first thing you should do is to have a Pokemon learn the move cut. If I remember correctly, someone in this town has cut. Students notes, study, get a little taste of my quick claw. Whether or not you want to
Good student will be evident from the way you use this item.
A Pokemon holding a variable health itself. There are no class of items a Pokemon can hold, though it sure is hard to get notes down.
Pokemon can hold items, but they don't know what to do with man-made items like potion and antidote.
You know how some Pokemon moves can confuse a Pokemon? A confused Pokemon will sometimes attack itself without meaning to, but once it leaves battle, it will return to normal. I'm treating Pokemon with my friend right now.
I always need a seed and I'm finally getting one!
What am I doing? The trader school is excellent. If you study there, you could even become a gym leader. Roxanne, the gym leader, really knows a lot about Pokemon. She's really strong too. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Oh. Every Pokemon has a special ability that it can use.
Pokemon are such strange creatures.
Hello, what's up? Oh, it's so hard every day. What's hard, do you ask? It's trying to figure out what to make for meals every day. It isn't really easy coming up with meals every day. It's just me, Cross. I'm the one who's voice acting. You get what the fuck, Waffle? Oh, hello. Welcome to the Pepper household. I have a question for you. Have you ever babysat? You see, I'm a new father, so raising a child is all new to me. And I have a problem. My daughter Walda doesn't laugh enough. I think she'd laugh for me if I told her something funny. Do you know of a funny word or a phrase that you can tell me? Oh, that's wonderful. So let's hear it, your suggestion. Tell him the words. Oh, I'm gonna fucking... Oh, give me a second. No, Iron's not dead. Iron is just asleep. Don't mind that. Don't mind that, please. I need to know. I need to know. Hold on. The fuck? I can't understand. Let's see. It's English. It's English, ma'am. Interesting. I need to... What? Wait, what? Don't ask why we're looking into fucking Reddit, alright? What word will make her laugh? Jesus Christ. I want to know how to make her laugh. See you later, Disc. The fuck? Don't ask why I'm looking, okay? I want to know how to make her laugh. I managed to make her laugh. Thanks, Baku. Love you too. Anyway. How to make Waldo laugh. What is my what is my trainer ID? Hold on. Shush. Shush. Hold on. I need to... Hold on. What is my trainer ID? 57232. Imagine it actually didn't work. Jesus Christ. I am going to... Anyway.
Oh my god, it is such a tedious way to just go all the way back into this. My god. Help me.
Alright. Okay, time to save this part. Thanks. Okay, so I don't know what much to do. I'm probably just gonna draw. Great first impression of Alive. You're welcome. I'm so good at this, aren't I? I'm not having a stroke. That's just literally how I talk. Sorry. I don't think a goat sounds like that. A goat sounds like meh, 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 meh. I really did lost my sanity. I don't know what's going on. I'm losing my shit. Buried in the sand. Meh. You know I lost my sanity when I just started doing fucking random animal noises. Moo, 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 moo. having fun. I'm having way too much fun at this. Sorry. I'm sorry if this is annoying you all. Do 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 do. Benny! Ben, I thought you said there's no classes. Why are you sleeping early, huh? Why are you sleeping early, huh? You lying to me? You telling me there's actually class tomorrow? Why? Are you okay? Why are you gonna cry? Come on now. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm drawing Nightmare. No, cause tomorrow's Ramadan for me, so yeah. Yeah, tomorrow's like the Ramadan thing, so I'm basically just. All right, go to sleep, Ben. You better not be lying to me when you say that. You better not be lying to me when I said that's like. You better not be lying to me when you said there's no class tomorrow, or else I'm going to kill you. I might draw Nightmare X Cross today, but I'm kind of busy drawing something else. What a cracker! Hold on, I've been doing this wrong. He became Iron Spirit. Clearly, but he's not here right now. You know, for a regular, he should be in the stream more often. But no, he decides to just sleep. Which fair enough, but also fuck that. Wonder if he's gonna fucking show up.
I'd like to kiss you, monkey man. Alright, but you're so darn ugly.
Mama. Get that thing away from me. I feel like a femme queen. What's your random fact, Raven? Yes, I'm a multi-shipper. Ugh, hold on. Then I didn't draw him better. Hold on. I think Aramir is good. I think Aramir is good. Right, for the quacker. I wish I think it could be so, but there's a lot that you don't know. What are we even talking about? Some cracker fucked up already. But she was right, Sarah. Showed us the soul can improve. You saw the light, Sarah. Checked all the boxes that you said that would prove a person deserves a second chance. Now we turn our backs, no second glance. Oh, I hope they're alright, Baku. See you later. Alright, Carrie, good night. Wait a second. What if? Hold on. Wait. I'm thinking this all wrong. What if? Hold on. I had to search. I just got my phone back from my bro. Oh my god, Flowey. I never did a genocide route, Raven. But there's a lot that you don't know. Welcome home. I'm gonna make you wish that you'd stayed gone. Say hello. Ben, you're fine. Ben, you should really try to sleep if you're actually feeling unwell. You better not be lying to me when you say that there's no classes tomorrow, Ben. I will kill you. No, Ben, I'm not actually gonna kill you. Shush. But there's
a lot that you don't know.
Hold on. I need to actually try to imitate something. Hold on. For the kings are the queens of the throne, we will pop champagne and raising a toast to all the kings who are fighting alone. And I'm not spending. Alright, screwed. Okay, hold on, wait. Oh, hello, cool. You finally decided to show up. Jesus Christ. What are we even talking about? Interesting. I'm checking something. Which one do you like more? Nightmare or Dream? I like both. Interesting. Interesting. I'm trying to imitate an art style. Hold on. Or at the very least, try to actually replicate an art style. This is gonna look so terrible. Dear Lord, this is so fucking bad. I'm trying to replicate an art. I'm trying to replicate a distinct art style. You'll see what I mean. Let's not talk about Sancest, guys. Alright, not let's not talk about Funcest, I mean, sorry. Let's not talk about Funcest, please. You know, Sansix Gaster is kind of debatable in a sense. I have no opinion on it, honestly. Or else the comments is just gonna start screwing with me. Oh, you didn't miss anything. I'm actually trying to draw something. If hell is forever, then heaven must be a lie. If angels can do whatever and remain in the sky, the walls are shades of grey when you don't do as you say, when you make the wretched suffer just to kill them again. you later, Raven. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to replicate the Pokemon art style. If you guys know, if you guys ever watched the fucking anime and stuff like that, and the official artwork, that's what I'm trying to replicate. I'm not a bubble love to cash in. Another lover underneath those flashing lights. Another one of those ruthless nights. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I should've guessed that this would happen. I should've known it when I looked in your red hot eyes. Spewing all your red hot lies. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What's the worst part of this hell? I can only blame myself. 'Cause I know you're poison. You're feeding me poison. Addicted to this feeling, I can't help but swallow up your poison. I made my choice, and every night I'm living like there's no tomorrow. Any way you want me, baby, that's the way you got me. I'll be yours. My story's gonna end with me dead from your poison. I got so good at being untrue. I got so good at telling me what you wanna hear. I disassociate, disappear. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So far beyond difficult to resist another gulp. Yeah, I know it's poison. You're feeding me poison. I'm choking to the taste and I can't help but swallow up your poison. I made my choice and every night I'm wasting like there's no tomorrow. Any way you want me, baby, that's the way you got me. I'll be yours. My story's gonna end with me dead from your poison. Poison, I'm drowning in poison. I'm filling up my glass, but it's always hollow full. Poison, I'm sick of the poison. Wish I had something to live for tomorrow. Hello, hello, it's nice to meet you. Oh, any way you want me, baby, that's the way you got me. I'll be yours. My story's gonna end with me, that from your poison. Hold on. Give me a second. long. A pain inside my heart, it fills me with dread. I was glad to see you here with the dead. It's not like I want to have a taste already dead, so why would I care? I just wanna chase and rip your face. This got nothing to do with your brains. Hey, what's up, by the way? It's not like I want to have a taste already dead, so why would I care? I just wanna chase and rip your face. This got nothing to do. It's not like I want to have a taste already dead, so why would I care? I just wanna chase and rip your face. This got nothing to do with your brains. What's up, by the way? Sorry it took me that long. Ah. Just a phantom in your room with no intent on leaving soon, and you're still not even sure just how I got here. Another ghost that's in your bed that you wish you could leave for dead. There's no magic word to make me disappear. Another room, it starts to spin. Once sets in. Now we're passed out on the floor of your apartment. Every single warning sign that passed you up and slipped you by, but we're all bound to end up back to where we started. Yeah, make no mistake, I'll break you down. Shout it around town. I'm not what you want, but I'm exactly what you need. Take a bite and feed your satisfaction guaranteed. I'm your sunshine, whoa. I'm gonna burn down your parade. I'm a shooting star that wish you never made. Deep of fate, you wanna do this face to face. Like an animal, your instincts taking over. To debate this purgatory state, it lies around with the exposure. And the room it starts to dim. It's like the moon for one sets in. And now we're passed out on the floor of your apartment. With every single... It's called Phantom by Nate Wants to Battle. We're all bound to end up back to where we started. Yeah, make no mistake, I'll break you down. I'm not what you want, but I'm exactly what you need. Take a bite and feed your satisfaction guaranteed. Whoa, I'm gonna burn down your parade. I'm a shooting star that wish you'd never made. just what you need. When the monsters roam and the demons all feed. It's only temporary. We roam and sing along. When the choir joins singing aberrant song, yeah. It's only temporary. I'm not what you want, but I'm exactly what you need. But I'm exactly what you need. Take a bite and feed your satisfaction guaranteed. No, I'm your sunshine, whoa. I'm gonna burn down your parade. I'm a shooting star that wish you never made. Wish you never made. What is it, Laura Rabbit? Your heart is pounding and you can't be stopped. You tell yourself you're okay. It's too bad your doors can't be locked to take the monsters away. Oh, hey, Eli! Behind the door, there's nothing there no more. You never stayed in bed. Try not to lose your head. Prepare for the horrors. This night will keep repeating over and over and over until you make it to the end. They hang for the corners. You better feel your eyes. Keep looking over your shoulder, 'cause you'll never be alone again. Good question. I don't know why Nightmare did invite you to the tea party. He has his own set of problems to deal with. Around this in time. So when you turn down to see, the doors open wide. Are you free today, Eli? Prepare for the horrors. This night will keep repeating over and over. Yes, Eli. If you are, aw, that's okay. It's alright. You can join you can join in another stream another time. Because, you know, remember, we still have to do that fucking, we still need to do that stupid ass fucking active flirt. And I need you there, okay? And it's just fun streaming with you, buddy. Yeah. We're gonna do the dating sim, this week. If you don't mind it, of course. Where's Rogue? Oh, Rick I wouldn't mind that at all. I wouldn't mind that at all. Listen, I wouldn't mind that at all. Until you make it to the end, right at the corners, you better be on your eyes and keep looking over. I will have to see if Rogue is free at that time that I'm going to stream it. When are you gonna be free, by the way, Eli? I might stream this Saturday or Friday after my midterms. So, or Sunday. Sure thing. Noted. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Where is that one? There it is. There we go. Hey, kitty. I'm trying to do I'm trying to replicate the Pokemon art style thing. Thank you. I appreciate it. I can't put my finger on it. There's something weird about the way she speaks to me. There's something strange about the flavor of her tea. I didn't have the means to keep her from this harmony. The spider girl, some kind of spider girl. Beat is thumping, she starts to dance. Her friends come out together, caught in her trance. White beer comes off the table, they join the feast. Even her cutie muffet is moving to the beat. See you later, gadget head. That I'm hanging. Also, to my fellow moderators, be sure to watch over the stream. Be sure to watch over the stream chat, okay? I can't put my finger on it. I can't put my finger on it. There's something weird about the way she speaks to me. There's something strange about the flavor of her tea. I didn't have the means to keep her from this harmony. Kind of spider girl, some kind of spider girl. Alright, see you later, killer. There's something weird about the way she speaks to me. Strange about the flavor of her tea. I didn't have the means to keep her from this harmony. Some kind of spider girl. Yes, Eli, Saturday it is. Sorry, I only saw that after I was looking back at the stream. Angrily turns out the meal wasn't free. Stumbling around the darkness, I can't see the door. The walls are like a something and so's the floor. I hear her chilling laughter and see her smile. She tells me to sit and join her, please stay a while. Can't shake the feeling that I'm hanging by a thread. See you later, True. friends come out together, caught in a trance. Wiping crumbs off the table, they join the feast. Even her cutie muffin is moving to the beat. Can't shake the feeling that I'm hanging by a thread. It seems to me she's trapped my soul inside her web. She makes the motion full of tub of strawberry spread. Finger on it, I can't put my finger on it. There's something weird about the way she speaks to me. I didn't have the means to keep her from this harmony. She's some kind of spider girl, some kind of spider girl. I didn't have the means to keep her from this harmony. A spider girl, some kind of spider girl. She's glaring angrily, turns out the meal wasn't free. Some kind of spider girl. I need to listen to this one again. I'm listening to a Wander Over Yonder song. There we go. Oh, I love this song so much. Here we go. I had to... There we go. That's a little better. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna... Whew. Brothers in arms, they will run. They color up the rainbow that bangs on the drums. The fable will prevail as our heroes travel far. In this cartoon universe, you're a past that put me to the test. What do we do? Let's find a crew. Let's bring this back to life. Brothers in arms, they will run. They color out the rainbow, bangs on the drums. The fable will prevail as our heroes travel far. In this cartoon universe, you're a past. Living ball, sing and stay. The turn around the rainbow, so all swing and sway. The fairy brought it built up to a sudden end. The story descends into our history. Let's bring this back to life. Like in a total eclipse, you shine. Do, 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 do. Let's bring this back to life. Like a total eclipse, you shine. Do 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 do. That's how we'll get her. That's how we'll get her, 'cause I'm better. What am I gonna draw next? Good question. I'm gonna continue trying to replicate the Pokemon art style because yes. You'll never get her because she's better. Can I draw Nightmare as Pokemon? Oh, that would be so interesting. Story descends into our history. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Let's bring this back to life. Like an eternal eclipse, you shine. That's my first time on one of your streams. I just draw stuff actually. If you're fine with that, feel free to join. You'll never get her because she's better. You'll never get her because she's better. Exactly. Basically, in a nutshell. What am I drawing? I'm gonna draw a cross. Fuck, how did I do that? Okay. Hey, Sussy. Hey, Sustron. What's up? Are you okay, Potato? You seem very, resigned right now. see the roulette spins, you're seriously out of luck. You sold your soul and took a toll. This is my hell, you schmucks. By the time on your journey is done, you found out I lied. What do we do? Let's find a crew. Let's bring this back to life. Riders in arms, they will run. The color of the rainbow that bangs on the drums. The fable will prevail as our heroes travel far. In this cartoon universe, you're a pest. I don't know, that completely depends, Killer. Why is the person in this drawing? You'll see. Well, that's what you get. I told you he doesn't want to join your tea. I told you he doesn't want anybody to join his tea party.
One night, I was laying wide awake at 4 a.m. like usual.
I'm gonna listen to MLP creepypastas.
Seeing this, I took it as a sign from the universe that I should once again embark on my quest to relay spooky My Little Pony stories for y'all's amusement. But before we do that, I did want to address a little bit of controversy because I know I haven't been making the best decisions with this channel lately. I know that most of you guys watch my content because I'm funny, I'm charming, I'm just an all-around nice guy, I'm good at editing, I'm incredibly humble, which is a really hard trait to come across in people nowadays. But like dropping this whole like egotistical character, like I know that in the back of my head, most of you guys watch my channel because I'm good looking. Unfortunately, because I invested in this new mic and this pop filter, you can't see my whole face right now. So it was kind of like weighing the pros and cons, like would you guys rather see my sexy face or hear my sexy voice better? And I think in the end, a lot of you guys know how good looking I am already, but my voice quality wasn't the best in my earlier videos, so yes, I made the really difficult decision to do this. So as compensation, there you can screenshot that and look at it throughout the video if you're feeling lonely and you want to look at my face. Anyways, our first story. Alright then, so in this hat are 6 random creepypastas / grimdarks or scary fanfictions or whatever you want to call them. And we'll be blindly drawing them and we're gonna see which one to cover first. So let's shuffle these around. Starting off with a true OG from 2011, Butterflies by Atku details what is essentially cupcakes, but with Fluttershy as the maniac killer and Pinky as the victim. Before we get into the story proper, I'll just say that I've heard about this in passing, but never actually planned to ever read it, since it never sounded like the most interesting thing in existence. But because half the comments on my other creepypasta video were all about how I should have covered this story instead of Fluttershy's, and that I needed to check it out, I caved in since I deeply care about you guys. So what's the story about after all this build-up? Well, the original upload of the story on DeviantArt reads, "Warning, this story was inspired by the story Cupcakes. Do not read this if you like Fluttershy or Butterflies." Good thing that I absolutely hate Fluttershy. I must really dig this story. Butterfly starts with Fluttershy inviting Pinky over to her cottage and beckoning her to come through the secluded trap door. This all results in Fluttershy explaining the circle of life relating to larvae, as butterflies are beautiful and they start off as larvae, and larvae need to feed on decomposing things in order to thrive. So as they go deeper into this scary place thing, Pinky finds Lyra's decomposing body riding with, you guessed it, larvae, which is kind of... Pinky finds Lyra's decomposing body riding with, you guessed it, larvae, which is kind of freaking disgusting. As they go on further, we find out that Rainbow Dash's body is also a home for little worms as well, and
up? I saw your, like, recent upload.
Okay, I guess
Good job.
this is a little bit dishonest of a word because it didn't really come out of nowhere. But still, it did take me aback because I thought it was a little bit of an odd executive decision to end the story like this. You would think, based on the cover
Hey,
art of the
welcome
story
back.
and the main focus
Welcome
of
back,
the
Crystal
story,
Kate.
Fluttershy, the story would end with implying that she's gonna go on to do similar things to her other friends as well, or something like that. The fact that this is how the author chose to end his story just makes it read like he's a huge proponent of Pinky Dash and wrote this entire story to justify it. But speaking of being in love, the author is in love with the word alcove. Like, I'm not sure when the last time I've even heard that word is, if ever, but it appears a billion times in the story, so it's like, other than that, I suppose this story does kind of bring up a cool concept. Like, Fluttershy, as a lover of all creatures big and small, must surely care for larvae too. However, little insects like that survive and thrive off of decomposing bodies of other creatures who have unfortunately lost life, such as the circle of life. But it is interesting to see how someone who cares about all creatures would prioritize what over what. I mean, the true solution is to just let nature kind of run its course and sort it out, like it's been doing since the literal beginning
There's
of time.
Cross
But
right
I
here.
suppose
I actually
cutting
like the way I
other
drew
people open
him.
and putting larvae
It's so
inside their
cool.
wounds to stitch them back up is a pretty valid option too. I guess it's kind of funny how if you were to look up something as innocuous as NLP butterflies, you get these kinds of results. Quite a gift. So if you look up NLP cupcakes looking for like My Little Pony cupcake ideas, you get treated to this. So I guess the chances of someone just randomly looking up NLP butterflies and
Do. Let's bring this back to life. Like a total eclipse, you shine.
is substantially lower than MLP cupcakes, but you get what I mean. Other than that, there's not too much lore to get into with this. I skimmed around the comment section of the post and the
You should do human horror next. I could. I will,
That's
Reaper.
a positive sign that whatever you make doesn't have to be the best thing in existence to capture the hearts of so many. There was also this comment that pointed out that the author accidentally called Rainbow Dash a unicorn.
Oh yeah, I drew these fuckers. It's like, hello, what's up?
Alright then, thank you.
I would like to say hello. It's like, you should really stop. It's like, you should really stop being very pessimistic right now, Nightmare.
Gotta control your voice,
What? Yeah. Whatever.
Rocket to Insanity. Written by
Yes,
Immolation,
Bob.
Rocket to
God
Insanity
has
is one of the
blessed
many sequels to Sergeant
God has
Sprinkles'
blesses
infamous
me on
Cupcakes.
this
Though out of
holy
the sea of
day.
Cupcakes follow-ups, this particular
For
story
God's
seems to
sake.
get far more attention than all the others, besides like maybe muffins. Therefore, it stands to reason to ask why this one is more popular than all the other ones. I mean, surely it must be pretty well written if it stands out as a fan sequel to somebody else's fan fiction, right? Well, that's precisely what we're here to find out. How does the story start?
There is evil within the hearts of all ponies, such is the balance of nature. It can only be prevalent for so long before evil musters its forces.
Okay.
Twisting
Hello, 26 people who are watching me.
deceit and kindness into unadulterated hate.
I guess that's certainly one way to start her journey. Rainbow Dash experiences recurring nightmares involving a certain funny event with cupcakes, thus leaving her in a state of intense fear and sleep deprivation. Of course, her friends notice something's up with Applejack confronting her, but Rainbow Dash just ends up avoiding discussing her nightmares or seeking help. Though one day, Pinky invites Rainbow Dash over to taste some cupcakes just like her recurring dreams. During an encounter with Pinky at the candy corner, Dash panics when presented with cupcakes resembling those from her nightmares. Basically, she gets PTSD from her nightmares and refuses to eat any of the cupcakes. Then she attacks Pinky with a knife because the voices in her head told her to. This results in Pinky's death, shocking Dash.
Oh, I'm just listening to random MLP comic, MLP like things. It's funny.
Entire schizo-like episode, Pinky's just innocent.
Don't mind that, Reaper.
Like for baking. So through the entire attack scene, the picture that was painted in my head was that of a pig killing a puppy for no reason, which is depressing, but that's actually a big plus for the story since it's giving me emotion, unlike the story that this was actually based on. So I guess that's F- writing tip of the day. If you want me to be invested in your story, give me the mental image of someone killing a baby dog. Anyways, we end with Rainbow Dash's mental state deteriorating rapidly as she grapples with the realization of what she has done, spiraling into a state of panic and complete mental breakdown, signifying her descent into irreparable madness and the shattering of her psyche.
Shit.
I'll just say, this story was like one step forward, two steps back, and then one more step forward. I'll just start off with the negatives. Like, the story didn't necessarily overstay its welcome, but there could have been like maybe one or two more reactions from outsider ponies, because the only specific reaction we get to Rainbow Dash's crazed state is Applejack, who barely does anything. Instead, we get a lot of words and paragraphs describing redundant information about Rainbow Dash's state of mind. What I'm
See you
trying to
later,
say is that it didn't overstay
Lol
its
Net.
welcome in terms of length, but it could have still used some of that space instead to write more about outside reactions. I mean, what's it matter now? Like, it's been like 12 years since the story was written, so who cares in the end? But I still hope that some of you young aspiring authors will take this into consideration. With the positives now, stories that are about the main character losing grip with reality and not being able to discern what is real and fake is really interesting. It may actually be one of my favorite tropes or genres or whatever, especially with how vivid and specific Rainbow Dash's dreams were, almost to the point where her having these dreams couldn't just be coincidence. Or can they? Like, I'm not sure if this is what the author was going for necessarily, but I like how Pinky acting innocent and dumbfounded could have actually just been her playing dumb just to convince Rainbow Dash to actually try the cupcakes so she can really do the things that were dreamt about. It left her true intentions very ambiguous, and that's genius if that was intended. This actually reminds me of this one question that I heard that is impossible to answer. Just bear with me here because I would genuinely love to read all your answers to this question, right? So imagine you and a group of friends were planning on going skydiving. You saved up money for this activity for years. You don't really get to see these friends too often because they all live outside of town, blah, blah, blah. The night before the skydiving day, you get a dream where you're lined up to go skydiving. Then the instructor in the dream looks directly at you and says, insert name, this is not just another dream. This is 100% divine intervention. Do not go skydiving tomorrow, for if you do, your parachute will fail and you will die. Once you wake up, would you still go skydiving? Because think about it. Your dreams are just amalgamations of your subconscious thoughts and worries. And who isn't initially afraid of skydiving? It's a natural thing to have worries about. So that dream could have literally been nothing, or it could have been an actual sign from God or the universe trying to save your life. Like, what even is the answer to that question? The reason I bring this up is because, in a similar fashion, Rainbow Dash having very specific and vivid dreams about a certain fate could have honestly been a prophecy, and the
Jesus Christ, Reaper, I'm so sorry.
Pie becomes picky pie was the right decision to make. Of course, she would have to explain why she did what she did when she inevitably gets caught, and for some reason something tells me, this was revealed to me in a dream. It isn't gonna hold up in court exactly, but this abstract and philosophical concept did leave me with something to chew on after reading the story, so that's actually a really positive thing that I haven't really said about any of these other stories so far. So I know I bring this up quite a bit, but I'm still kind of having a difficult time trying to wrap my head around the fact that this is a fan follow-up to a fan fiction, yet it still has its own fans and fan art dedicated to it specifically. Now, I'm not really a fanfichologist, so I really couldn't tell you if there's a heavy precedent for this sort of thing that happens, or if Rocket to Insanity just came out at the perfect time in the community, in the exact right niche to gain the notoriety it has. In the Equestria Daily post about the story, there lists a fan-made sequel to this fan-made sequel, and I'd love to read it for y'all, but it's gone, and the Wayback Machine doesn't have it archived either, so we might be dealing with some lost media here. There's also an entire TV page for the sequel, but it leads to the exact same Google Doc that doesn't exist anymore. If any of you guys watching right now know what the story is, please reach out, because now I'm like actually invested. I mean, I actually did try looking into it, but there's surprisingly a billion fan alternate endings to this as well. So I'm not sure which one it is exactly. Quite interesting, I must say. And I'm really sure.
Oh, shit.
And Rainbow Dash's body, down, blah, blah, blah. The night before the skydiving day, you get a dream where you're lined up to go skydiving. Then the instructor in the dream looks directly at you and says, insert name, this is not just another dream. This is 100% divine intervention. Do not go skydiving tomorrow, for if you do, your parachute will fail and you will die. Once you wake up, would you still go skydiving? Because think about it. Your dreams are just amalgamations of your subconscious thoughts and worries. And who isn't initially afraid of skydiving? It's a natural thing to have worries about, so that dream could have literally been nothing, or it could have been an actual sign from God or the universe trying to save your life. Like, what even is the answer to that question? The reason I bring this up is because, in a similar fashion, Rainbow Dash having very specific and vivid dreams about a certain fate could have honestly been a prophecy, and the act of actually going through with making sure that Pinkie Pie becomes Pinkie Pie was the right decision to make. Of course, she would have to explain why she did what she did when she inevitably gets caught, and for some reason something tells me, this was revealed to me in a dream. It isn't gonna hold up in court exactly, but this abstract and philosophical concept did leave me with something to chew on after reading the story, so that's actually a really positive thing that I haven't really said about any of these other stories so far. So I know I bring this up quite a bit, but I'm still kind of having a difficult time trying to wrap my head around the fact that this is a fan follow-up to a fan fiction, yet it still has its own fans and fan art dedicated to it specifically. Now, I'm not really a fanfichologist, so I really couldn't tell you if there's a heavy precedent for this sort of thing that happens, or if Rocket to Insanity just came out at the perfect time in the community, in the exact right niche to gain the notoriety it has. In the Equestria Daily post about the story, there lists a fan-made sequel to this fan-made sequel, and I'd love to read it for y'all, but it's gone. And the Wayback Machine doesn't have it archived either, so we might be dealing with some lost media here. There's also an entire TV tropes page for the sequel, but it leads to the exact same Google Doc that doesn't exist anymore. If any of you guys watching right now know what the story is, please reach out, because now I'm like actually invested. I mean, I actually did try looking into it, but there's surprisingly a billion fan alternate endings to this as well. So I'm not sure which one it is exactly. Quite interesting, I must say. Man, I really wish I had a freaking top hat for this. That would look so much cooler. But unfortunately, I don't. So
Something sweet to buy.
yeah. Interestingly, the first time I saw this thing, I literally thought that it was gonna be yet another fan-made cupcake spinoff, with Pink Amina gone all crazy with these sweets covering her up. So imagine my surprise when I found out that this isn't Pink Amina, but rather an entirely new character, the Candy Mayor. The story was written by Necroman, a word that is defined as someone who collects dead or dying farm animals, including horses. That's anyways, judging by the man's profile picture, this story and character seems to be presented as his biggest accomplishment, or at least what he wants to be known for. In fact, apparently the inspiration for the story came from when Necroman got bit by a spider, thus contracting MRSA and witnessing his skin rot. All to say, clearly there's been a lot of passion and personality put into this. Plus, even before I read the first word of this, just seeing the quality of this cover art let me know that we'll be dealing with a whole other beast. So let us take a look at this. The long and short of the story is that ponies go missing and die. But why? If the cover art wasn't enough to give it away, this is the result of the Candy Mayor, who is this mysterious monster. So Pumpkin Patch, a young filly, once lived with her parents in bad conditions due to societal oppression towards earth ponies. And Pumpkin Patch dreamt of visiting unicorns to see magic. And to her excitement, she and her father get the opportunity to visit a candy shop owner, Lemon Drop. Surprise, surprise, Lemon Drop lures Pumpkin Patch, kidnaps her, and forces her to become a taste tester for his candy, since the guy himself isn't able to taste the sweetness. Because Pumpkin Patch starts wanting to eat something other than candy, Lemon Drop decides to do a little trolling. He finds it in his kind heart to feed her a mysterious substance. This mysterious substance in question being none other than her father's corpse. Naturally, this sort of pisses her off, and she breaks free and becomes
What is
this
it,
monster
Cross?
thing who goes out to seek vengeance. Fast forward to modern day, the Cutie Mark Crusaders make a bet with Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon on who can get more candy on Nightmare Night. But ultimately, it doesn't matter since the Candy Mare goes around killing everyone. The story ends with a cliffhanger with the Candy Mare breaking into the Canterlot Castle. Now, while that's it for the first story, there's actually a sequel to this, Something Sweet to Bite 2. Man, if I had a penny for every sequel that I've seen that uses the word 2 instead of the number 2 to signify the fact that this installment is indeed a sequel, I would have 2 pennies, because the only other thing I can think of is Hoodwink 2. Since I'm considerate, like we've previously established, I considered talking about this one too and make it like a double feature, but I ran into a conundrum. You see, with the first one, the one that I just talked about, there's this really good reading of it on YouTube. So naturally, I put this playlist on while grinding on some Mario Kart DS. However, as far as YouTube is concerned, the sequels just straight up don't exist. There's nobody talking about them, nobody reading them. You get the picture. All this to say, I had to actually sit there and read through this like an idiot. To add insult to injury, the first entry, as long as it was, is actually far shorter than the sequel. So of course I considered their fiction as a built-in text-to-speech reader. Why not utilize it?
It's time. I've been having nightmares ever since my friends
There we go.
Yeah, no thanks. That actually sounds scarier than any of these stories that we're talking about.
disappeared.
Yeah,
It's time. I've been having nightmares ever since my friends disappeared.
no thanks. That actually sounds scarier than any of these stories that we're talking about has even a ghost of a chance of being. This was basically a sign from the universe telling me
hello,
that I
25
am now
people.
on my own and not to come crawling towards it for help and that I've used up all my freebies. Anyway, Something Sweet to Bite 2 deals with the aftermath of the Candy Mare turning all the ponies in Ponyville into candy zombies who try to eat other ponies. The story starts off with Rainbow Dash feeling incredibly guilty for not being there to help save Ponyville while it was under attack, and soon delves into how some secondary characters from the show deal with the situation. Actually, technically, the story starts off with a prelude where Twilight and Pinky describe what happened in the first installment, but more importantly, that contextually, it took place in season 2, before the last 2 episodes. Therefore, anything that happened after the Canterlot Wedding 2-parter never happened in this universe. And honestly, it was a little depressing to see how differently everyone's lives would have played out if an apocalypse occurred between season 2 and 3. For example, Trixie would have never story ends with pretty much everyone dying and the Candy Mare taking over Rainbow Dash's body to wreak more havoc, with the Candy Mare revealing that she wants to take over multiple worlds, ultimately setting up another sequel with, the last Something Sweet to Bite. Being the direct sequel to the last one, we find out that the Candy Mare went into the human Rainbow Dash's body since she goes missing, and the girls split up to go find her. There was a chapter with Sideway interrogating Sunset, thinking that she's an alien, which was kind of funny. There was a disgusting scene with Rainbow Dash being tied up in a closet. The last chapter before the epilogue involves Sunset being married to Flash Sentry, which actually makes this officially the worst thing I've ever read. Married to Flash Sentry, which, the last chapter before the epilogue involves Sunset being married to Flash Sentry, which actually makes this officially the worst thing I've ever read. I mean, what can I really say about this? It's a billion gazillion words long. Not that a story being long is inherently a problem. I mean, some of my favorite movies of all time are pretty long, but it is a problem if it loses the reader's attention. If you think that I'm overreacting and the story isn't actually that boring and that I'm just a phone-addicted screenager with zero attention span, I challenge you to give this whole thing a read. In fact, if any of
What are you
watching
invested
the
into,
full list of
Reaper?
all videos, sequels, and put it up on
Are you
YouTube,
invested in whatever the hell I'm listening
and,
to?
despite the fact that the title is The Last Something Sweet to Bite, just like Shrek 4, the final chapter, there are yet more follow-ups. In fact, there are 6 more of these, where one of which is a G5 creepypasta, which is new for me, so I guess hats off to that, but I ain't reading it. Let's just move on to the review section. To address the main elephant in the room, the Candy Mare looks really cool.
You're welcome,
Generally
Reaper.
speaking, overseas fanfics take me out of the immersion, as I'm sure you are well aware if you remember what I had to say about the Rainbow Factory. But here I thought that she was so well thought out that I'm kind of bummed out that she isn't an actual thing in the show. Like, look, she's so cute and I want to be her friend. Though, I ain't gonna hold y'all. As much as the concept of the Candy Mare and her powers are cool, I thought the whole thing read as a gateway to the world that has been building up in the author's head for years. Which it probably is, and that's what a good story should do. But as a result, the story itself kind of gets a little wordy. Especially Something Sweet to Bite too. It felt like a King Kong movie, where you buy your ticket to see the titular ape, but you have to wait about 40 minutes to actually see King Kong himself in action. I get that world building is just as important as the scary monster rampaging and massacring everything, but it's also the author's responsibility to not lose us before it gets to that point, whether it be by shortening things or just moving plot points around. But still, like I said, this felt a lot more like a glimpse into the creator's head rather than something that was meant to actually be something that everyone gets, and I can't fault it for that, since that's pretty cool. Also, I know that this is a low-hanging fruit to bring up, but there were a bunch of typos that kind of took me aback, since the quality otherwise seemed to be way higher than all the other stories so far. Yet we get such glaring mistakes like changeling apostrophe S and U apostrophe or pony apostrophe S, though when the apostrophe is actually needed, it's just not there, like hearths. And sometimes you just get general typos like worth your willet. Generally speaking, when I bring up typos like I did with Cupcakes, it's to point out how incompetent the story is, and the quite frankly cringy juxtaposition of writing something dark and mature, such as a cute pony getting her innards being rearranged, while the grammar and spelling gets rid of any impact the story could have otherwise had. But the reason I bring it up here is because this story has some great ideas and concepts, but the fact that these installments are all super long and there's typos galore, how can we not be left with the impression that the author just kind of chucked a huge can of monster energy and wrote whatever came to mind and didn't go back to proofread? Because I'm sure the ideas and plot lines had revisions as he was writing it, but the typos just make it apparent that there wasn't a final reread, presumably due to how time-consuming it would have been. And that's understandable,
Alright,
but
see
at
you
the
later,
same time,
Cross.
as a member of the audience, it really makes you wonder if we should really be reading all these hundreds of thousands of words if the author himself couldn't even be bothered to correct these. I know that there were a lot more of my thoughts on the story than I usually have for these other ones, and I apologize if you're here more for the background context and aftermath stuff rather than just my opinions. However, this was a long week, so it only makes sense that I would have a lot of thoughts, right? Though, aside from the rhetorical factors, the actual story itself throughout the trilogy was, let's kill the Candy Mare. The Candy Mare gets defeated, but oh no, she's actually still alive. Let's kill the Candy Mare. The Candy Mare gets defeated, but oh no, she's actually still alive. Let's kill the Candy Mare. The Candy Mare gets defeated, but oh no, she's actually still alive. I get it. I get that the author wanted his character to be the super scary and OP huge villain, but after the billionth time of a psyched out defeat, it gets a tiny bit stale. And even when you think that she's been defeated, you check and there's still 7 billion chapters left, so you know she's gonna come back. Well, for one, there's a fan wiki, which is pretty impressive for one fanfic franchise. The only other one of these we've seen so far was the Little Miss Rarity one.
Oh shit.
I was hanging on life support. least we actually have some text in the text boxes. Though there's no page for any of the stories aside from the first two, so I guess that's kind of telling of how interested this
Don't worry,
franchise is
it's
way
alright.
over
Don't
time.
worry,
Now,
don't worry.
Ackerman
It's fixed.
himself
It's
seems
fixed.
very passionate
Reaper.
about this universe he's built, and that's cool. I'm not knocking at that at all, like obviously, but it's kind of funny when you see a post like this. I have no idea how widespread this is, but apparently some kids are daring each other to stand in front of a mirror and say candy bear 5 times in the dark. Apparently, if you do, she shows up and hits you. And you think, wow, this story must have been really widespread and influential. But then you see that the person posting this is the author himself with no links or sources to back up what he's saying. Whatever. Ackerman, since you probably click on literally anything with your character in the thumbnail, meaning that you're watching this right now, keep doing what you're doing. Like, I hope that this video at least shines some light into the entire franchise and more people try giving it a chance, because yeah, perhaps one day I'll sit down and read all the billion entries in this franchise and do a full timeline video, if that interests you guys at least. But for now, we have meandered long enough on one story. Let's move on. Before we move on, I want to give a quick shout out to today's sponsor. Want the finest? Watch F-. F makes some great My Little Pony videos, which I know if you're watching this video, you'll love. So why not go over to his channel, leave him a sub, and tell him that F- sent you. From what he told me, he also has a Patreon with some cool exclusive behind-the-scenes stuff. If you'd like to help the channel grow along with these awesome people, consider clicking the links in the description. Once again, thank you to F- for sponsoring today's video. Sorry, we only got 3 more. We're halfway there. It's just,
Scissor Twilight.
Created by Io Pichio in 2013, Scissor Twilight isn't really a creepypasta per se, but rather a Tumblr blog. Though there have since been written works based on it from as recent as 2020. Considering that this must be some story, right? If it was so captivating to the point of being the inspiration of a story 7 years later, surely there must have been some really imaginative concepts if it managed to fuel other people's creativity. Right? Yes, actually, but let's start at the beginning. As for the story, there pretty much is no story. The series is mostly composed of one-shots, meaning that it's carried far more from the characters and premise more than an overarching narrative. But let's take a look at it in a linear fashion anyways. The very first entry is fittingly an introduction, where our titular character introduces herself as Sci-Twi, which is notable considering how this blog outdates the introduction of the real Sci-Twi by at least 2 to 3 years. Obviously, the namesake is just a coincidence, but I really want to know how the author felt when this nickname she created for her character became overshadowed by an actual canon character with the same nickname. Must have been slightly frustrating. It'd be the exact same thing as, just imagine if you were named Neil Armstrong back in the year 1969. Once the Neil Armstrong landed on the moon, surely your entire existence just became overshadowed by the man with the exact same name who's more famous. Anyway, Sci-Twi here don't got a lot of friends, thus being incredibly lonely, which you're probably thinking, she's cute and has a cute personality, surely she has some friends, right? Well, as it turns out, having scissors as legs comes with some drawbacks. In Sci-Twi's case, she accidentally cuts everyone in half. Apparently, she's not sure how she ended up having scissors as legs, stating that she just one day woke up in this dark dungeon-like place to rarities horror and accidentally sliced Applejack in half. She also uses Rainbow Dash as her blade cleaner, meaning that she has connections with her friends from the show. We'll get back to this later. It's revealed that Sci-Twi is constantly in pain and that the screws holding blades into her flanks are basically slowly killing her. We also learn that Spike is gone and that she doesn't like being called just Twilight to the point of crying when being called Twilight. This all implies that something drastic must have happened in order for Twilight to have gone to this point, especially because she also cries when asked about her friends and what happened to them, which is a really cool setup. And I think out of all the stories we've covered so far, this has captivated my interest the most. So let's see where this takes us. But before we do, interestingly, the author answered things out of character too in order to give context for what's going on behind the scenes, such as when asked about whether this story is supposed to actually be grimdark or if this is just for laughs, she gives this really good answer. It seems like the author really cared deeply about her audience, as when someone left this passionate comment, she responded with an insightful, or when somebody asked for her deviant art, she simply left a link to it rather than preceding it with a thank you for taking interest or something similar to that as one would expect. The blog goes on to show more of Sci-Twi's exploits, such as being derpy and finding out that Princess Celestia no longer reciprocates her letters, with the next big lore drop being when Pinkie Pie enters the story for the first time and tries making Twilight become no longer Scissor, which once again, this story sounds extremely interesting, but unfortunately that story arc kinda stops abruptly for her other one-offs, such as when Sci-Twi makes an actual friend, this crab she names Spike, just for Spike to be eaten by Owlowicious, or Owlowvicious as the blog calls him. Though luckily, the story switches back to the Pinkie arc where she tries using a chainsaw to cure Twilight, just for her to fight back, and right when it looks like we're going to win this one, the end with this DeviantArt post where the author detailed how her computer exploded, but more importantly ending with, I hope this explains a bit of how I'm not dead. Neither is the ST blog or my love for art. Sorry to have to ask you guys to be more patient. As a follower of some awesome artists, I understand what it is to wait for their art for ages with no results. Hope this calms some rustled jimmies. 3 months later, in July, we got the next real entry. While Sidetoy and Pinky were in the middle of their fight, Applejack comes back from the dead to the rescue, stopping this monster once and for all. Except she doesn't, and it was all a figment of someone's imagination, and in reality, Pinky is killed. This is, I must reiterate, incredibly cool. This all seems like the setup, and I'm sure you're all wanting to know what the climax of this story will be. Well, a month after this, in August, we got a post involving the artist. Months after that, in October, we got another DeviantArt post, and this one, the author talks about how she had a hard time in school. Hello, everyone. Here's a moderately small report explaining my increasingly prolonged absences in the interwebs. I've been trying to get back into university. This required me to study very hard. This was really stressing.
See you later, I don't know anymore.
After I sat my last examination, I spent about 3 or 4 weeks in a mentally half-dead state, tired from studying and waiting for my increasingly close judgment day. Then I passed. Whether she failed or passed or smashed, I don't care. I'm just here for Scissor Twilight updates, which luckily she provided. So hopefully I'll be finishing her commissions, updating Scissor Twilight, and just uploading pics here with more regularity soon. Thanks for always being nice and indulging my terrible absenting habits. I'll do my best to keep it up. Now, if you've been gifted with the particularly active pattern recognition system in your cognitive abilities, you may be noticing something brewing up here. Breaking into the following year, February 27th, 2014, a brave soul inquired, "Blog is dead?" with the response being, "No." Surely that must mean that the author's been cooking up something for months, right? I mean, the art is incredible, there's no denying. Plus, the concept is unironically super enthralling. That I'm sure that the author was spending all this time away to ensure only the most creative and thought-provoking storyline to take our journey next. Correct? There were no updates until late 2015, where the author came back from 2 days in September, reassuring us that, once again, the blog isn't dead. Since people are so curious, I'll say it's in hiatus. I've been on the sick for about 2 years, I think, and I'm still recovering. I've applied for how I'll get ST back up weekly, but I don't feel comfortable enough to air it until I feel I will be able to deal with the pressure. Well, at least now we have some kind of explanation. She thinks that she was sick for 2 years straight. I think we all know what she was actually sick with.
A severe case of lasyitis.
She also provided her other Tumblr page with her other non-My Little Pony art. Just like when she gave a link to her DeviantArt, she expressed lots of thanks and appreciation to the person who asked to take an interest in her personal work by saying thank you before and after the link. Okay, I should probably stop being so rude. Which is a lesson that this person should have also learned. Don't worry though, since we got the next update very shortly after in October. Of 2017, 2 years later, let us take a look at this post. I call this Scissor Twilight Revival. With the help of this Patreon, in which I offer rewards like live streams, exclusive sketches, and wallpapers, WIPs, and more, I will be trying to finally bring back Scissor Twilight. The archive and Discord server are going live today. I'm very hopeful about this. I have a lot of love for the story and the characters involved, as well as the community whose questions drove the story. I miss the community, sobs. Dang, Scissor Twilight Revival? She must have had this whole thing planned out. I'm actually very optimistic. Though, what do you mean you'll be trying to finally bring back Scissor Twilight? I thought it was never dead. Whatever. Let's check out the Patreon page. I actually want to pledge to it. Typical. But once again, whatever. Water under the bridge, just as long as the rest of the comic is bussin' FRFR no cap. Well, hold on to your hats because the rest of the series is a straight up banger. And by rest of the series, I mean one last post, and by straight up banger, I mean the author responded to this question asking if she has a vibe by saying that she created one just because of this one person asking. And that's the end of Scissor Twilight. Well, there's a lot to unpack here. I don't even know where to begin, so let's just start at the beginning. I think we can all agree that Scissor Twilight is cute. She is adorable, which is nearly made by Io Peachio's. You know, there's a lot to unpack. That's like, by straight up banger, I mean the author responded to this question asking if she has a ko-fi by saying that she created one just because of this one person asking. And that's the end of Scissor Twilight. Well, there's a lot to unpack here. I don't even know where to begin, so let's just start at the beginning. I think we can all agree that Scissor Twilight is cute. She is adorable, which is clearly aided by Io Peachio's incredible art skills. But unfortunately, Unfortunately, as we saw, she accidentally cuts anyone who tries hanging around her. This automatically sets up some really interesting internal conflict. Plus, there was clearly some backstory to her getting these legs that was probably either planned out or would have been explored eventually had the series kept going. Also, since we see the main six here and they're clearly associated with Scissor Twilight one way or another, that implies that Scissor Twilight was actually the real Twilight at some point if Belle ever persisted. I am being as serious as I can be. This is like an awesome freaking setup for this world. But what happened? Just when it was starting to get good, the story got abandoned. I guess the ending works well enough if you just think about how Scissor Twilight is just gonna go around hurting everyone around her until the end of time with no clear solution. But if the fact that the author clearly had something planned with Rarity, or at least was
I like
planned
Crossmare.
to get around to planning it, but oh well, what can you do? I know that I've been poking fun at the author's tendency to give the most uninterested sounding responses to fans, and her habit to claim that the blog is still being worked on just to not be met with any updates. But I should clarify for the people in the back that I'm literally just joking. I'm not actually angry about it or whatever. Obviously, life gets in the way of us all, whether it be work or school or family or literally just whatever. I can ultimately understand and empathize with and relate with the author's like hecticness. The reason I'm being so hyperbolic about it is to just echo common sentiments I'm sure a lot of people have about this blog. Clearly, I'm not the only person who feels this way because, as I noted, there are fan works of this AU. There's fan art, fan fiction, etc. In fact, despite being pretty obscure in the grand scheme of the fandom, people still think about this blog. Since the only reason that I even found out about it is because a couple of you left comments telling me to check it out. So, IOPGO, if you happen to be watching this, just know that people are generally still interested in whatever you have to make. And also, if I've been pronouncing your name wrong this whole time, that's on you, not me. I sent you this tweet, you didn't respond, it's your fault. Alright then, final two, let's see who the big winner is.
Look up into her face.
Interestingly, this story was based off of this DeviantArt drawing posted by the user DreamChat, who has this speed paint of the piece link that, surprise surprise, is unavailable. And just like clockwork, the Wayback Machine hasn't this video archive either. Oh well, that's a piece of My Little Pony grimdark history that's been forever lost to time, I guess. Anyways, the day the first chapter was posted, the author Hayden originally took to MLP forums to bring attention to it, where he managed to get 3 whole comics, 2 of which came from the same individual, which, sure, I may be laughing right now, but if I posted a fanfic, I would be really glad if it also got 3 comments. The story follows the life of Octavia Melanie, our second favorite gray pony with black hair, and she immediately starts talking about how she is surrounded by the corpses of her parents. Spoiler alert, then the actual narrative begins with Octavia detailing her depressing home life. You see, Octavia has some really abusive parents. Why? Because she is an earth pony born to unicorns who despise the fact that that is the case. Even going so far as calling her I apologize to all my earth pony homies watching, but mud pony. But they're not just verbally abusive, but emotionally and physically as well. For example, here's a short list of what they do, just so you get like a general idea of it. Mother jabbed a cloth into my mouth and fastened it around my head, gagging me. I mumbled. It really is a shame, that filthy tongue of yours. Perhaps if I can't cut it out, I could just have you chew on a hot coal for a couple of minutes. Or when her dad says, I had a dog when I was a child. It was unruly and never obeyed any pony. It kept getting in trouble until it finally crossed the line. My father ordered me to get rid of it, for his patience had run out. I took it into the backyard and bashed it in the head with a rock. It cried out in pain, for I lacked the strength to hit it cleanly. It looked at me, pleading for forgiveness, but her time for mercy had passed. I had no choice but to continue to beat it until it died. To not test my patience, I loved that dog far more than you. Dang, man! Chill! But worst of all, there's this thing involving Octavia's bow tie that I'll be stealing a passage from this video for because the guy just articulates my thoughts perfectly.
It explains the mother's favourite torture technique, which is choking her child with her iconic red bow. Yes, the red bow. Her famous red bow that she wears in the show at all times. Wait a minute. What are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? How hard is it to Google your main character in order to have your facts straight before you write the story?
Anyways, because her parents force her into being a musician for their
Exactly,
sake, Octavia
it's getting
gets sent
fucking
off to
crazy.
rehearsals where, in one, she meets Lyra Heartstrings, who, against her parents' will, takes Octavia to a club. There they meet Bonbon and Vinyl Scratch, who encourage the protagonist to start drinking and partying. And so the rest of the story is basically Octavia secretly sneaking out to hang out with her friends because she's scared to go home since her parents are scared. Now, what struck me as odd is, bear with me here, but Octavia tries giving her mom sass to fight back, which I've heard some people say that that's dumb because the only result of that would be her mom just getting madder and punishing her harder.
So, what do we have to say about the character of Octavia?
She's a moron. She's actively instigating what happens to her through most of the fic. She is constantly goading her parents into hurting her.
But my focus was on what the sass actually was about. For example, there was this exchange. You're on next, darling. Do not disappoint me. Like father disappoints you in bed every night, I thought. I was so frightened and starved for air that I bit my tongue. I would save the vehement comment for later. My reaction was, how does she know her father disappoints her mom in bed, let alone every night? But then I considered it as just like a random thought that she had to just make light of the situation in any way she could. But then she says this later on. I recalled the routine I had used during the 2 times I had tried and failed to run away. Meet butler at door, check. Escorted to room, check. Father walks in for staring contest, check. Father leaves to let mother do his dirty work, check.
Yes, it's
Mother
still an
takes
MLP
her anger at father's small manhood out on me, check. So this is a recurring pattern. Octavia, for some reason, is fixating on her dad's schlong. But it doesn't end there, because at least those 2 parts were just like in her head. There were inner monologues that she was saying to herself. But in the final chapter, there's this. Yes, just one problem, my father replied. The butler has informed me.
Oh, hey, Zal, what's up?
You will be punished accordingly by your mother. Her friends will not be meeting you in 2 hours. I shot a glance at the butler, who would not look me in the eyes. So any smart remarks? You want to tell your father about his small penis now? My mother mocked. Meaning that despite the fact that the 2 prior examples were only in Octavia's head, we are to take this code and infer that this was a regularly occurring talking point Octavia has brought up in front of her mother outside of the story. And the fact that her mother remembered it implies that she took it personally, meaning that the only reason that she would take it personally is if the assertion that her dad's is small is accurate, which leaves us with a grand total of 2 options here. A. Octavia saying that her dad has a small was just a wild guess that turned out to be correct. B. Octavia somehow knew that this specific topic would push the right buttons, because she knew for a fact that it was. If it's option A, that is so stupid. Out of all the things you can insult your parents for, that's the one thing you're gonna, oh, okay, sure, whatever. If it's option B, Octavia does call herself a fool in chapter 1 of the story, so I don't think there was that kind of thing involved with her dad, but I don't know. Maybe one of you guys watching has a better theory about this, because I literally just can't wrap my head around it. Moving away from that super uncomfortable topic, Octavia eventually moves in with Vinyl, who offers to help Octavia leave her bad household behind. And then they, well, I'll just say that the story has this take on it for a reason, which I'll get back to later on. Anyways, Octavia gets caught by the cops because her dad lied about she's mentally ill and that she ran away. This results in her parents being pissed off that she ran away and ready to go full-on sicko mode on their child. Then these hooks that are super integral to the story, yet I didn't even have to bring up to this point, come out and kill them. So after that's over, Octavia goes back to Vinyl's apartment, but the hooks make her unable to speak and curse her to keep playing music instead of choosing happy ever after with her new girlfriend. The story ends with this flash-forward epilogue about Vinyl still being in love with Octavia, but Octavia still being in control under these hooks and only playing music, hence finally giving context behind the cover art. Alright, my thoughts. Starting off with the negatives, and staying with the negatives because I don't really have too many positive things to say about this. I think the ultimate problem came from how, I didn't like any of these characters. For example, obviously the parents are detestable, falling into the hate sink trope. Not that there's anything wrong with using tropes whatsoever, I just thought that it was a nice way to easily categorize what they are. But I find it also kind of hard to side with Octavia, which is constantly talking back to her mom, fully knowing that there's nothing to gain from doing so. Not saying that everything that happens to her is her fault, obviously not, I'm not victim blaming, but why is she trying to make things worse for herself? Not to mention how she fixes on the size of... Similarly, I can't really say that I cared for her friends either. None of them really have any discernible characteristics, let alone anything I wanted to see more of. The only thing of note they really do is get Octavia drunk. Yeah, Vinyl tries helping Octavia with her life, but the fact that they get all romantic and do the deed just seems like she's taking advantage of a broken soul. I doubt that was the author's intention, but it's not right. Their whole dynamic turning intimate it doesn't sit right with me. If there's a person who's under strict surveillance of authoritarian parents who abuse them, obviously they're a broken person who would be more prone to falling in love with whoever they deem as their savior. If you're in the position of being their savior, you don't reciprocate their feelings. That's literally just taking advantage of their vulnerability. In fact, as I was reading this, I thought that the story would go down the route of Octavia's innocence being corrupted and becoming alcohol dependent, with her friends all convincing her to indulge in hedonism as an escape from her parents. Because this could have all ended with the message of how having every breath being under your parents' control is bad, but also completely jumping off into the other deep end has equally negative consequences in the form of basically killing yourself via STDs or liver poisoning or whatever. But no, the message that this story seems to want to tell you is that if you meet a girl at a party, you should become dependent on her and fall in love with her. Conversely, if there's a girl or a guy in a broken home, make sure to get this person drunk and take advantage of their feelings. At least the story wasn't that hard to follow along with. Anyways, no, not so fast. And you are? I'm A+. Get it? F minus A+. I'm like the evil version of you. Whereas you sit in front of a computer all day watching My Little Pony and collecting cheap plastic doodads. I go outside collecting friends, talents, skills, vitamin D. I suppose you didn't come here just to gloat? No, of course not. Not just to gloat. I just wanted to ask, didn't you specifically say that if a story gives you the mental image of someone killing a baby dog, you will automatically like that story? And didn't you also specifically read a passage from this specific story where a person is talking about killing a baby dog? Yet you said you do not like the story, correct? So could you explain in what universe you are making sense in? Because it's clearly not this one, and you're making videos about internal consistencies? Like, this is dumb. Set the pot to the kettle, am I right? I mean, seriously, like, what are you doing with your life? Like, what is this? What is this? What is all this? What is this? I'm just at a loss for words. Fair point. That's enough of that. This used to be one of those creepypastas that's just kind of remembered for existing and not for the actual content within. Because if it was, I would hope that more people would question some of the author's decisions like I mentioned. If you go to Caden's FimFiction profile, which was last updated in 2021, you can see that under his wish list there's a potential sequel he wants to get around to writing. I honestly have no idea where he would even take the story from here, seeing how the fic ended with an epilogue taking place in the far future where we see Vinyl and Octavia are still not together. I guess it could deal with the aftermath of the parents going missing or something. Whatever it is, if it's anything like we've seen so far, it'll be thrice as long as the original, and I will have a lot of excitement reading it. Let's move on. Alright, then I wonder what the last one will be. Let's see. Just like Butterflies, I'm covering this one just due to popular demand. Since when I talked about the experiments of Twilight Sparkle in the other creepypasta video, people pointed out how the friendship test by Magpie Pony is a better version of the force the main six to take life-threatening tests based on each of the elements of Harmony formula. Interestingly, I actually have quite a bit of personal attachment to this story in particular, but I'll come back to that later. What I'll say for now is that it's been like 4 years since I've last read/listened to it, so I don't really remember too much of the story, but if it resonated with me and so many of you want me to talk about this, surely it must be incredibly creative and original, right? The story starts off with the main six awakening in a strange room, unable to use magic due to a spell. This turns out to all be the work of Starlight Glimmer, who reveals that she has devised the test to challenge the elements of Harmony. Unfortunately, Twilight and Rarity aren't able to magic themselves out of this predicament. As Starlight says,
"There's really no use in trying to use your own magic, Twilight and Rarity. I've already disabled them before you were even brought here. The spell they used in the Equestria games is really helpful for that."
I point this out because the Equestria Games reference feels like it was forced just to show the audience that the spell she's talking about is something that's canon, and therefore we should, as the audience, accept it as something that's possible.
Miss, step right over here. Unicorns will no longer be admitted without a disabling spell.
But all that really does is call attention to itself by making a very specific in-show reference, which in turn really limits your magic powers to what we see in the show, since anything that you don't reference back to the show will feel out of place, since we saw this one specific thing that you did reference to a very specific thing in the show. I might have worded that a little confusingly, but you get the point, right? But speaking of which, this might be slightly unrelated, but unicorns are basically defined by their ability to use magic. Therefore, taking that kind of power away strips them of something incredibly important. So, is this security thing even ethical? I guess us born will always be discriminated against in this post-May 11 world. Anyway, Starlight proceeds to put the main six through 6 tests that each represent their element of harmony. For example, in the kindness round, the main six can either choose to be kind and brand themselves with searing hot iron,
it fucking
or not
died,
be kind
goddammit.
and do it to the
Sorry.
point next to them. Or how in the loyalty round, you could either choose to get lashed by a rod or stop the pony next to you.
The chat fucking died,
What
so...
kind of game is this? Speeding up, at least one pony dies in each round of the test, with it coming down to Fluttershy and Rarity realizing that only one of them can survive till the end. Rarity, being a giga Chadette, tricks Fluttershy into drinking poison. My respect for Rarity just skyrocketed, but unfortunately, instead of getting to see what happens at the aftermath of Fluttershy's death, the story kind of just ends there. Now,
Oh,
I
thank
have
God
no
it's
idea if
back.
this was intentional or not, but Starlight is incredibly unlikable here. Obviously, you're not always supposed to empathize with the villain. Empathize. Obviously, you're not always supposed to empathize with the villain, and yet she's not supposed to be the one you side with in the story. But, I mean, she's so unlikable to the point where this story made me exactly pinpoint why I hate Starlight so much in the actual show. I've had people say to me, Starlight is so cute and her character is so well written. How could you hate her? Even judging by the fact that so many people wanted me to talk about this Starlight story, like I can see that they probably did so because they like Starlight. So let me settle this once and for all. Starlight Glimmer is incredibly pretentious and wants to be a part of something so bad. When the main six knocked her out of power over her brainwashed town, she couldn't just let that go and went out of her way to cause the end of the world multiple times. Bro, if you're powerful and smart enough to take over an entire village by gaslighting the population into worshiping your personal philosophy, good job, okay? I commend you. However, if 6 random odd ponies crumbled your entire kingdom with relative ease within the course of 2 days, accept your L. You get nothing. You lose. Now, you might be thinking, you're dissing Starlight from the actual show, not attacking this story's own merits. Quit making irrelevant arguments. Though, I would assert that this is relevant since I'm explaining why I have a particular aversion to this character. I guess the counter-argument to that would be to explain why I don't like Starlight in this story specifically, not her character overall. Well, since everyone seems to draw comparisons to these kinds of grim darts to the Saw movies on the basis that they're both torture porn, and if you were to cut open my brain with a chainsaw and find out that I happen to actually like the Saw movies, you might be confused as to why I like it and like Jigsaw as a character, while I've been negative to Starlight in this story, when essentially they both capture victims and put them through torture tests to see how badly they want to live. The difference is that John Kramer is actually well written and you can find yourself lining up with his motivations, or at least see where he's coming from. You can understand where his sense of vengeance comes from. Conversely, Starlight's entire motivation stems from just wanting to be a part of something so badly. We all know somebody like this in real life, and they're genuinely the most annoying people in existence. You know, when you have like a group of friends and everything's running swimmingly like clockwork, but then a new person joins in and they try like starting things and causing drama just to be involved in something. I don't know, maybe that's like an oddly specific example that only applies to me, but I'm sure you understand where I'm coming from. Like, how do you expect me to like the story when the main cause for the story, Starlight, is fundamentally unlikable? Still, a lot of you are clearly passionate about the story, judging by how many suggestions I got for it. And if you like it, good on you, I'm glad you like it. Truth be told, like I said earlier, I do have a soft spot for the story, since the reading by the lost narrator was one of, if not the first My Little Pony things I consumed after years of not watching or doing anything My Little Pony related for probably about 4 or 5 years. Back in the year 2020, I don't know what it was, but I was at like the lowest point in my life. It might have been quarantine, it might have been the fact that my social life wasn't great, it might have been just the fact that I was nearing graduating high school and I really had no clue where to take my life from there. However, my random chance or divine intervention, a meme page I followed on Instagram posted footage of crabs in a conveyor belt with the Living Tombstones remix of The Rainbow Factory playing in the background. This triggered a flashback to my middle school days when I was 12 without a care in the world, just sitting on the couch in front of the TV. I remember when we used to actually use couches and TV screens instead of a chair and a monitor. I would just sit and scroll through fandom meme pages that post stuff like this and this and this. What a magical time that was. Remembering this and just recalling how My Little Pony is something that I enjoyed back when my life was very stable, no pun intended. I guess I kind of went back to it after being reminded of the fact that the franchise is something that still exists and it's something that I can just return back to. And because my mental state wasn't at its peak per se, I was drawn to the darker parts of the fandom. Hence, I probably just looked up My Little Pony creepypasta and threw on this reading of the friendship test by the lost narrator. Back then, I probably just enjoyed it for being dark, and also because I didn't really have any understanding of character or writing or story or whatever I've been harping on for this little while. But this specific story and the reading acted as a pipeline for me to return back to pony stuff. Even joining chats online and meeting some pretty awesome people through a server or two. Not that I keep in touch with any of them anymore, but it was nice while it lasted. Also, not to mention how in a couple of years, I came to create this very channel, thus having a job that I enjoy incredibly much. Also, not to mention how in a couple of years I would come to create this very channel, thus having a job that I enjoy very much. So all things considered, without this particular story existing and without this particular channel or reading existing, me as we know it probably wouldn't exist also. Though chances are I would have probably just found some other story to listen to and get like the exact same result out of it. However, I like to give thanks where I can, and that's basically what this video was. It was a thanks. It was a homage to people who made things previously in the fandom and curated this community, I guess. I don't know, just like having all this fan work that you can just go to and like analyze. I think it's pretty interesting. I think that we have a pretty special thing going on. And who knows, maybe one day I'll create something that'll like inspire someone else to do analysis or whatever. This is completely unscripted here. It's nice. That's all I can say.
Oh, that's the end now. I should find. I should look at some. I should go. I should find something different to listen for us to listen to. I'm going or actually, wait. I could actually just. Well,
most financial issues haven't been resolved.
there we go. I found another one.
If you're an easily spooked individual, probably isn't the video for you. And also, if you're under the age of
there we go. I found one.
Age like here, but if you're too young, you're too young.
You're welcome, Reaper.
The video itself won't contain any jump scares, but the imagery might be a little bit frightening, and I will try to deliver information in the most like comfy way possible. But my way of presenting things can only affect what I'm actually talking about so much. So just I'm looking out for you. And also, staff of YouTube, there is no blood in this video whatsoever. Any and all red substance is seen throughout or ketchup. Anyways, with those disclaimers out of the way, what I decided to do was compile 6 My Little Pony creepypastas that all correlate to one of the main 6. So we'll be looking through them and see if there's any big ones or if they're all alone of. After all, a couple of these stories are like really well-known popular memes within the fandom, and I thought it was probably worth taking a look at them to see what kind of impacts it had on the fandom at large and stuff. So let us let this wheel decide upon the order of which stories to look at. Wow, how fitting. When people think My Little Pony creepypasta, cupcakes is probably the very first thing that comes to mind. Written by some guy named Drecker Jones under the moniker Sergeant Sprinkles, Cupcakes holds quite the reputation online for being badly
Nothing
written.
much, just
However,
listening
most people
to
do
My
give
Little
it
Pony
credit for being
things
one
while
of, if
drawing.
not the first My Little Pony creepypasta in existence. So let us see if there's anything redeeming about it or if it actually is as bad as everyone says. To summarize, the story involves Pinkie by inviting Rainbow Dash to make cupcakes. Pinkie then gives Dashie a cupcake with a scary substance hidden within that knocks her out. Once Dashie regains conciseness, she figures that she's tied up in a room decorated by organs and bones. Then she proceeds to get tortured. As the author details, the stench of her urine filled her mucus-caked nostrils. As her vision swam into focus, she saw a very pouty Pinkie Pie removing a large adrenaline needle from her chest. Stomping her hooves, the frustrated Pinkie lashed out. What are you talking about? At least we get this hilarious monologue. Oh, don't go yet, Dash. She started pulling out the rest of the organs, stomping at each one. I know I can be a real pancreas, but you know I'm just kidney with you. You really got to learn to liver it up. Boy, these jokes are getting bladder. Guess you gotta develop a stomach for them. Just kidding, that would be hilarious, but that's actually from the proofread edit of the story. The original version accidentally says painakes instead of pancreas. How do you mess up a unique pun that you made up in your own story? Also, when she says these jokes are getting bladder, is bladder a pun on better or batter? Because both work in the situation. I know batter isn't the word, but you still get the point. Anyways, Pinkie ends up torturing Rainbow Dash by cutting off her wings and cutie mark and blah blah blah, until Rainbow Dash is reduced into Rainbow Ash. Though nobody really talks about this, the original version of the story ends with it turning out that Apple Bloom is Pinkie's accomplice, and they go set out to presumably do the same thing to Silver Spoon. I assume the rewrite version that everyone's more familiar with got rid of this scene since it really comes out of nowhere and it's not even necessary. Like, it's one thing to say that Pinkie went crazy out of the sudden one day and tortured Rainbow Dash, but that's a whole other layer of suspension of disbelief if you need me to subscribe to the idea that Apple Bloom is secretly Pinkie's partner in crime in all of this. Alright, let's start off with the compliments. I'm happy this wasn't some spooky lost episode story. That would have been incredibly stupid. The second compliment is that there's a bunch of alternate endings by other writers, meaning that it inspired people, which is good. But then again, that's probably because the real ending sucked. Now for the non-compliments. It was dumb. Then again, life is dumb, yet we give life a chance, so let's give this a chance. The criticism most have with this story is how it's like the author clearly came up with the idea of gore first and wrote the whole story around that.
Yes,
Most of the story
exactly,
is just describing
Storm.
how Pinky was torturing Rainbow Dash
Exactly.
and it's incredibly quick.
They seem to enjoy it, so I'm enjoying it too.
Genius, I'm not really sure how to fix that issue since that was basically the entire intention and point of the story. It could have been shorter, I guess. I think that would have made it a little bit more bearable. The author stated in a journal entry on DeviantArt that he didn't expect the story to go past the original post on 4chan, and that he isn't even sure what to think of its popularity. As of now, I have no clue if this guy's still even alive anymore, seeing that his last post on DeviantArt was in 2012, and I can't seem to find any other one of his social media pages. Anyways, since this guy isn't able to come up with what he thinks of his story's popularity, I'll just go ahead and do the thinking for him. Basically, I really appreciate Cupcake's existing. A secretly cannibalistic Pinkie Pie on a mission to go around doing fun things to everybody in Ponyville, that's a pretty cool concept, even if the execution of the story wasn't the best. The thing that's really weird about Cupcakes is that if a random mom were to look up My Little Pony themed cupcake ideas for little Susie's 6th birthday party, she'll be treated to the likes of this. On a similar note, for some reason, if you look up Pinkie Pie's actual full name, Pinkamena Diane Pie, you'll just get a bunch of results for the Cupcakes Pinkie. It's pretty weird since by itself, that name doesn't really have any creepy context to it. Or is there? There is, but we'll get to that later. Anyways, on top of that, because the season 1 episode Party of One decided to show Pinkie's depressive side, a lot of people who took to the task of drawing fan art of the creepypasta did so with that version of Pinkie, which is pretty clever. But all of that gets elevated when it seems as though the actual show made a reference back to Cupcakes in the season 8 episode Yakety Sax, with Rainbow Dash and a depressed Pinkie making cupcakes together, along with Rainbow Dash making Pinkie do this creepy smile, which is something present in a bunch of Cupcakes fan art. I mean, this can't be coincidence, right? What else is weird is how this fan maker of Cupcakes Pinkie, wearing this costume made from other ponies' cutie marks and wings, was put on this bootleg bag for some reason. I wonder how many kids there are who've unknowingly acquired this bag and wore it to school like no big deal, which once again would have been weird. And that's pretty much the extent I'll go for the story, calling it nothing more than weird. If Cupcakes was forgotten in obscurity, I really wouldn't care about it, as I'm sure there are no less than a couple hundred of forgotten My Little Pony fanfics of a similar or more extreme ilk that I have zero interest in spending my precious hours reading. But the fact that this one in particular just got popular enough for the show to maybe reference it, it is kind of cool. Before we move on to the next story, let us take a look at this really cool video by the channel Boom Goes Maximus, where this Giga Chad actually bakes cupcakes with meat in them to test whether or not Pinkie would have been able to hide the texture of Rainbow Dash cupcakes.
Don't mind the thing. Don't mind the fan.
Three kinds of cupcakes.
It's always like this.
Turkey, bacon, and beef. We're going to be making 2 of each, with 1 being plain and 1 having icing on top to see if that affects the taste.
Sorry, excuse me.
Final verdict. The turkey did not change the taste, but you can definitely tell it's there for the texture. The bacon didn't really change the texture too much, but it definitely changed the taste. It barely needed it, but the icing. Beef completely didn't change the texture and the taste, and the icing did nothing.
What a mad lad. Perhaps it is worth revisiting this story again in the future to just do an extremely deep dive into every little fan-made alternate ending and sequel to Cupcakes, but for now, I think I've had enough of this gritty little thing. Moving on. Alright, let's get this over with. Before I talk about the story itself, I just want to bring up the fact that this video in particular has been bugging me for years now, since it says this.
Number 2, The Rainbow Factory. When you have a story so good it has a song attributed to it, you know it's a good one.
No, it's the other way around. The creepypasta was based off the song. That's why every chapter in the story starts with a line or two from the song. Do your research. The same mistake is repeated by the creepypasta biographies wiki, which is something you can disprove with like 2 minutes of research. The song Rainbow Factory was made by Wooden Toaster because of a music competition where the prompt was to describe how rainbows are made in Equestria. The lyrics are actually really simple and nothing too splendid, especially with how repetitive it is. Also, it brings up this random thing called the Pegasus device without even elaborating on what it is, which I must say is a pretty big power move. Anyways, an individual who goes by Aurora Dawn must have felt some inspiration sparked from this song because it resulted in this giant long story. So let's dig in and see if it's any good. The story starts off with a short blurb going off about how the method in which rainbows are created in Equestria has dark and mysterious origins, and what we are about to read is an account of such a case of ponies finding out what truly goes on in the Rainbow Factory. We start off with a class of Pegasi taking a test to graduate flight school. Throughout their test, Scootaloo and her friend Ryan Solstice murmur about how nobody really knows what happens to anyone who fails the test. The author then notes that
The hell,
putting
Reaper?
aside failing tests are uncommon.
Why
and
did it
there's usually
die?
only one or
Jesus.
two per class that do, which is stupid because there are only 6 students in the test. We know this because the students were called out in alphabetical order, and Scootaloo mentioned that she's the very last one who took it. That means that 1 to 2 ponies failing every year leaves us with a conservative average success rate of only 83%. If we're going with the more liberal 2 failures per year, that's only a 66% success rate. That is jaw-droppingly low for what the author was most likely going for. Anyways, the first one up to bat for the test is the author's self-insert, Aurora Dawn. This part is actually super stupid. Let's take a look at how the author describes himself. Well, the author's a guy. The OC's a girl. Every pony watched as Aurora quickly reached the starting altitude and then began a direct and purposeful attack on the positioned clouds. With expert timing and intelligent angles, the sky was soon empty of any moisture. Scootaloo and Orion watched with open mouths as they watched the first testy pull fast and tight turns, expertly shooting dead center through each and every hoop. Finally, Aurora pulled herself up to the proper altitude, hovered, and closed her wings. The group of students gasped as she started plummeting.
I'm just
down
drawing
towards
the
clouds and
AU
counted
stances
breathless. They
as
sighed as they watched her
humans.
wings open in the correct amount of time, collectively holding that relief. Notice how he used the word expertly not only once, but twice in order to describe herself, and also went into great detail about how she's got some perfect moves, not egotistical at all. But you know, if she passes the test here, that means we won't get to see her for the rest of the story, so the author makes sure to suddenly give her a problem that makes her fail the test, despite the fact that she's a double expert and intelligent. 10 out of 10 writing. This results in Scootaloo and Orion sacrificing their chances of passing the test in order to bend over backwards to save her beloved author. Once again, I must emphasize 10 out of 10 writing. I must also emphasize how the story lets us know that Scootaloo looked at him through her purple eyes, as opposed to her green eyes. Scootaloo's eyes are purple, you don't have to specify. If you're trying to emphasize the fact that she has purple eyes because it's thematic to the story or whatever, which it's not, just say, looked at him with her eyes that shone purple, or something. The phrasing is just confusing here. I just find it odd how the grammar suddenly goes from being pretty good towards the beginning of the story to eventually making really obvious mistakes. Anyways, ponies from across Cloudsdale who just failed their test are brought to this scary place, and they all get told that they are worthless since they can't fly. However, though they may be worthless, they're not useless since they'll be extracted in order to be used for the production of rainbows. It turns out that it was none other than Rainbow Dash who was the one running this whole operation. What follows is a bunch of failed Pegasite children becoming not sentient from Rainbow Factory workers doing their thing. It's kind of funny how literally none of the deaths really had any impact for me whatsoever, since they're all OCs, and there hasn't been enough character exploration for me to actually care. The only thing keeping me from reading the story, besides the completion of this video, was to see what'll happen to Scootaloo. But it just ends with a cliffhanger with the implication that Rainbow Dash is about to end Scootaloo's life. What a conclusion, though I'm getting a little ahead of myself. Before I get to all the criticism I have, I'll start with the positives. For one, I really like the almost steampunk-ish grimy factory setting, especially paired up with the cover art image on the official fanfiction upload. It's really cool, and I think that even if the character exploration wasn't the best or whatever in the story, the world building sure as heck was, which is actually something that's making me teetering on wanting to get around to reading the sequels eventually. Anyways, how come when Pinkie Pie is a cold-blooded killer going around doing what she does, it's actually disgusting and creepy and gross, but when Rainbow Dash does the exact same thing, it doesn't make her scarier, it makes her hotter. If anyone has any theories as to why this is, please let me know, because I couldn't sleep for days searching for an answer, only to be left with the thought that I'm going to die alone. Speaking of dying, I was honestly just waiting for Aurora Dawn to die already, as the character in the story, not the author. If there was a twist at the very end where it turns out that the whole story was actually the character Aurora Dawn's first hoof account, that would have actually been really cool, and would have been a great excuse as to why there's not much to the story beyond dialogue that the characters exchange, and all the context of the Rainbow Factory itself being told through dialogue rather than being told in an omnipresent format like the average novel. Also, Aurora going off about how she's a perfect flyer could have been seen as an
We do not talk
embellishment of
about
this
the
character
Rainbow Dash.
back at her childhood while telling the story to us. But with the way that it sits currently, this might as well be one of the most indifferent things I've ever read. Like I said, there are 4 official follow-ups to Rainbow Factory, and the author Aurora Dawn continues to be active on social media to this day, meaning unlike Cupcakes, the author is still alive and well. I guess the most well-known fan-made thing that came from Rainbow Factory are all the remixes of the song, plus the music video by the creatively named Brony Dance Party, but those are all fan-made material for the original song by Woody Toaster, not the fanfic, so I guess that doesn't really count. I think the most notable fan works of this would really just be fan art of it. Also, there's some Ask Tumblr blogs involving this fanfic's universe's versions of the characters. I'm no Tumblr user by any means, but I think it's a pretty big dang shame that so many of these pages have been deleted from history for one reason or another and are lost to time. It doesn't matter if existence, or if it was the edgiest piece of cringe in existence, or anything in between. It's all a shame the same, just for the sole purpose of preserving memories of what could have been used to give insight and context to times of old. Similarly to Cupcakes, the show actually seemed to have referenced Rainbow Factory as well in the show. Just take a listen to the background music in this scene. And compare it to this. The melody is vaguely similar, and I think it's in the same key. I mean, it's definitely like similar instruments. But once again, like the Cupcakes quote-unquote reference, it could just be coincidence. But the fact that this deals with something super specific like Rainbow Dash and the Weather Factory, it's at least worth noting. But as for the legacy of the Rainbow Factory, that's pretty much the long and short of it. There have been some attempts to make a full-length Rainbow Factory movie,
Yes.
as evident from this Tumblr post from just last year. Unfortunately, a while ago, this photo had been leaked by a person who attended the test screening of the teaser trailer for the Rainbow Factory movie. For only consolation, as we made clear in the screening, this belongs to scrapped and unfinished scenes from the film, so at least the current designs were not leaked. I have to admit they look good, considering it took us only a week to finish a trailer and is mostly recycled footage. I don't know, what do y'all think? I have no idea what test screening they're even talking about, and if this is an actual leak or if the people behind it just posted it to build up hype or what. Either way, at least it's some sort of proof that there's something that's being made by somebody out there. Then I found this 30-second teaser trailer of this movie that the post was talking about. Let me play it for you real quick.
Thank you, Storm, for joining in. Bye. Stay safe.
Yep, that's right. We're 10 seconds into the teaser, meaning that 1/3 of this was literally just the opening logo. Let me play the rest and you tell me what you think. Wow, if that doesn't get you excited for it, I don't know what will. There was also this other attempt that got a cease and desist by Hasbro, which, if that's true, that sucks. I was using pretty much the only clip that exists of this movie in the background, and as you can see, this animation is pretty clean, and clearly there's been a lot of effort put into it. In fact, apparently it was being worked on from 2013 to 2017, so it really is a shame that it couldn't see the light of day. Whatever. If the wheel lands on Applejack, you guys all owe me $10,000 each. Oh wow, what a coincidence. Written by Magpie Pony, I think An Apple Sleep Experiment is like the only Applejack creepypasta, or at least the most well-known one. Anyways, being a newer creepypasta, as in 2017, there's not much background to go over. It seemed to have just been posted on FimFiction and got popular due to the lost narrator narrating it. So there's a heat wave and Applejack needs to work extra or else she'll lose her farm since Filthy Rich wants more money. But to make matters worse, Big Mac gets hospitalized from a heat stroke. So Applejack goes to Twilight for a non-sleep potion thingy, which initially makes Twilight hesitant to give it to her because she doesn't know what kind of side effects it may cause, but she eventually caves in. However, that potion works too well and leaves Applejack not able to fall asleep ever. The long and short of it is that Applejack ends up overworking herself and goes crazy and kills a bunch of ponies around town, since she blames all her problems on Filthy Rich, and she hallucinates every pony she sees as him. Skipping ahead to the end, so we don't have to be here all day, Applejack wakes up in a prison cell where she gets a visit from Twilight, since it was technically Twilight's fault for giving Applejack a potion that had unknown side effects that resulted in the massacre of at least a dozen innocent ponies. She decided to bury this little incident by trying to gaslight Applejack into thinking that there was no potion in the first place, but instead she just overworked herself in the heat to the point of killing others. The story ends with Twilight revealing that they replaced Applejack with Starlight as the element of honesty, and Applejack is going to live the rest of her life in this dungeon, rotting away. First and foremost, I cannot take the ending seriously since this was how the very last
Welcome
line
back,
was
Shuri.
phrased. I get why, and I think that it's the best it's going to get, but still, other than that, this one was competently written. It didn't really rely heavily on gore or shock value like some other ones we talked about. Unlike Cupcakes, where Pinky is just acting out of character for no reason other than to make a shock fic, this story actually smartly subverts that whole ordeal by making Applejack drink a potion that results in her acting out of character. Furthermore, even that is stemmed from the motivation of wanting to save her farm, which makes logical sense, and all that concludes with us having a story that doesn't seem like another case of inserting well-known characters into dark situations as a lazy way to make a story happen. There are a couple difficult questions you could
Hey,
ask that'll
Reaper, you still
probably
there?
kind of destroy the story's plot, such as how Filthy Rich isn't really an evil, greedy businessman in the show, but he is in this story, which is different, I guess. Also, why is there a heat stroke in the story if the weather is controlled by the ponies themselves in this universe? Not only that, surely Princess Celestia could probably chill it with the sun a bit somehow, since that's her job, sort of. But still, as what it is, I suppose it's fine. I mean, because this was written post-2015, I don't think this story is really remembered to be up there with the classics. However, the reading by the lost narrator does the story tons of justice, so I think that people who do know about it do regard it as one of My Little Pony creepypastas that are actually competently written. As some form of cosmic coincidence, it seems like a new official sequel series called Another Apple Experiment just started being written and narrated like a few days ago for writing this. And from what's out so far, it seems fun. Moving on. Wow, let's see if Worst Pony also has a worst story. There's not much to summarize for this one since it's written in the format of a forensic report rather than an actual story. But basically, we're told that there was a live My Little Pony
that's
meet and
cool,
greet show
Reaper.
with people in mascot costumes. However, the Fluttershy costume smelled bad and had blacked out eyes. Also noted was how the individual in the costume, a woman named Catherine Wilson, was intoxicated and acting grabby with the kids. When the person organizing the event tried getting Catherine to stop, a bunch of black goo started oozing out of the costume. Then it turns out that she wasn't actually in the costume, but was rather in a mop room, who was, quote, naked and bleeding from her right hand, 4 of her fingernails missing from scratching her hand across the wall. Wow, I'm glad to know that even in a terrifying situation like this, the person relaying this information was able to count and tell that precisely 4 of her fingernails were missing. It's also said that, quote, in her own blood she had written as follows: there are too many Fluttershies, they won't let me breath. There are too many Fluttershies, they won't let me think. The Fluttershies hate me. The Fluttershies hate me. The Fluttershies are laughing at me. Okay, sure. If I was in that situation, I'd likely be scared beyond belief. But the fact that this woman used the wrong there twice and used an apostrophe when she was trying to talk about plurals and said breath instead of breathe, all of this would probably just get me more dumbfounded than anything. Anyways, the conclusion from this report is literally just, we agree that Miss Catherine Wilson had taken some illegal drug and was intoxicated. Furthermore, Catherine gets hospitalized but then eventually goes missing. The story ends with this addendum. It is unknown at this time who is responsible for inflating all of those yellow balloons with the pink butterflies and rabbit designs in the room of Miss Wilson, nor is it clear who left a Fluttershy doll with its eyes blacked out in her room as well. We will have to conduct an internal investigation into who might be responsible for such actions and speak with our manufacturers in China. These dolls aren't supposed to be on the market yet, and the fact that one of them showed up in a mental hospital is clearly a violation of our marketing and product policies. When found, the employee or employees should be terminated immediately to prevent further violations. Implying that obviously there are forces beyond the control of humans that's going on in the background, which is a nice way to leave the story on a dun-dun-dun note, I suppose. I like how I started talking about every story starting with the positive so far. I'll actually start with the negatives this time, because I've got a whole lot less negative things to say about this one. The only thing I really caught on to was how there were some typos, like I mentioned, along with how the person or people writing the report see something that's obviously not normal, but they're super skeptical to the point of trying to think of a non-paranormal answer, but I guess that's the more realistic approach. And that's literally it. I actually really enjoyed the story. Because this one takes place in reality rather than being based on the show's universe, it felt more like an actual horror story that put a creepy twist on My Little Pony as a franchise, rather than writing the characters to be murderers or whatever. That left a lot less room for errors, such as characters being out of character or accidentally neglecting in-show world building. Plus, because the story takes place a few weeks before the show even aired, it really makes you wonder why there are evil forces targeting this show and Fluttershy in specific. I think the atmosphere of the story is actually spooky, and the fact that it has all these cool concepts is really effective in making you wonder what the rest of this world is like, and if there were, and if there are going to be other similar situations in them. Is actually spooky, and the fact that it has all these cool concepts is really effective in making you wonder what the rest of this world is like, and if there were, and if there are going to be other similar situations in the future in this universe, and how far all this extends to. No, the good thing is that
I need to show you guys this. Hold on. Can't really. God damn it. Alright, let me check to see if y'all can see the screen.
The atmosphere of the story is actually spooky, and the fact that it has all these cool concepts is really effective in making you wonder what the rest of this world is like, and if there were, and if there are going to be other similar situations in the future in this universe, and how far all this extends to. Though, the good thing is that we don't have to wonder, since the author wrote other stuff in this series. And while
Hold on, I need to
these cool concepts is really effective in making you wonder what the rest of this world is like, and if there were, and if there are going to be other similar situations in the future in this universe, and how far all this extends to. Though, the good thing is that we don't have to wonder, since the author wrote other stuff in this series. And while I can't exactly say that I've read all of these yet, I probably will eventually, because if Fluttershy's was anything to go by, the rest of these have to be pretty good. But for now, let's just move on to the next one.
Wow, lucky. Waffle, lucky.
I was dreading this one. You know, it seems like nobody really felt like writing creepypastas about Rarity, since
I know, right?
might as well be the only Rarity creepypasta in existence. Unless if you want to counter the video Rarity's new patterns, but I think that's stretching the term creepypasta to its absolute limits at that point. Anyways, there might be other Rarity creepypastas, but Little Miss Rarity is pretty much the only one anyone ever talks about. But then I looked closer, and Little Miss Rarity ain't a single creepypasta, but it's a Tumblr blog run by someone named Little Miss J, or Love Tonic. Anyways, I thought, sure, it might be slightly harder to find and read all of them and tell it like a narrative like I've been doing with the other ones so far, but I guess I gotta do what I gotta. I was wondering why there's like no videos on YouTube going in depth about what this story contains, but after reading through it, I can definitely see why. The very first post from the blog is Rarity talking to the camera about how she got this big scratch from her stupid cat opalescence, but she actually ended up enjoying it. What's kinda notable is how right from the get-go, Rarity makes mention of Pinkamena and her Tumblr blog. We'll get back to this whole Pinkamena thing later on, but for now, I just want to note that Rarity saying that she likes her blog immediately sort of destroys any sense of immersion that the story could have built up for itself. We go on to find out that Rarity ended up killing Opalescence and putting her heart in this Pinkamena doll that's also partly made of her skin. Anyways, we get a bunch of posts basically just building up how Rarity's a degenerate addicted to self-inflicted pain, such as shoving a knife up her rear as a means of deriving enjoyment. That's kind of disgusting. Also, she gets this logo thing burned into herself. It doesn't stop there, since she also tries involving her own little sister Sweetie Belle and her friend Twist in these shenanigans. Also, she knocks Twilight out via a sewing machine, and that causes her to get arrested eventually, or something. The way Rarity escapes this conundrum is that weird Pinkamena doll bursts out of her chest, since having Opal's heart inside it gave it life. And I gotta be honest, this is where the story kind of just goes way off the rails. Try to bear with me here as I quickly summarize a bit of what happens next. One of Rarity's eyes go black and Pinkamena kills her, but she doesn't die for some reason. Later, Rarity wakes up from her dream and everything is normal, including how Pinkamena is still normal Pinky. However, Rarity chooses to not be normal, but instead decides to kidnap Applejack, Pinkie Pie, and Rainbow Dash to make her perfect world, which is kind of stupid because earlier she showed regrets of being super perverted. Anyways, Rarity gives birth to this weird evil creature, Abaddon, who is about to wreak havoc. Then Twilight finds this book that talks about how to get rid of all this evil stuff, which involves sacrificing her teeth. So she summons this goat guy named Malice, who is Abaddon's illegitimate father, who appears to be hosting a game show. Then he makes a deal with Twilight, stops Abaddon, and proceeds to go inside her to direct her to cut Rarity's horn off. Now, if you're confused, that is as concise as it's going to get. Malice going inside Twilight marks the end of the 99th entry for Little Miss Rarity, and it was followed up by this video. That's pretty much a recap of the things I summarized so far.
Not really.
I'm not gonna play the whole thing. The rest of it is literally just what I summarized so far, except for the whole Abaddon and Malice plot for some reason. And I think that this is a reasonable place to leave off the story for now. Once again, starting off with the positives, the vibe of this world is terrifying. The fact that there's no color present in it besides this ominous maroon background and red blood is actually very effective in making the story feel scary and claustrophobic. It just doesn't sit right with me subconsciously. It always feels like there's danger literally because there is, but aside from literal danger, the body shapes of these ponies are creepy since they're not quite pony and not quite human. It triggers the uncanny valley part of my brain. Plus, the fact that the only characters we really see are weird corrupted versions of the main six, plus some guards and creatures, I guess, makes this universe super claustrophobic, which once again is also aided by how the visuals are pretty much composed of this one color. In terms of creating horror and an uncomfortable atmosphere, all of this is very effective, so I will say that this story excels at atmosphere, or at least until they switch up the art style to clean out lines later on, which kind of ruins everything I just complimented it with so far. But how about the actual plot? Well, the entire story read like the author making things up as he went along, especially with Abaddon and Malice. Little Miss Rarity begins grounded in the simple Rarity, but there doesn't really seem to be much discussion of it anywhere. The most viewed thing related to this story is that recap animation thing, which actually doesn't even make any sense to the viewer if you have no idea what the story is about, and I somehow doubt that almost 9 million people have actually read it. I think a source that many people get information about Little Miss Rarity from is this page on the Villains Wiki, which is stupid since it's so erroneous that it's not even funny. She doesn't have any changes from her mainstream counterpart, but she later has scratch marks on her face. Oh really? I didn't know the mainstream counterpart Rarity also stood on her hind legs and had a black eye and had a heart-shaped burn on her chest. Also, what do you mean she later has scratch marks on her face? The very first entry of the blog literally features Rarity talking about how she got those scratches. I didn't know you could have this many things wrong with a single sentence. Not to mention how if you go down to the trivia section, there is one item that ends with, according to Mr. Creepypasta's amino post about Little Miss Rarity. Was the person who wrote this too lazy to verify this themselves? You would hope that because this wiki is full of wrong information, there would be a separate wiki just dedicated to Little Miss Rarity so we can get more dedicated and accurate information, right? What is this? A Little Miss Rarity wiki? Wow, that is very readable. But whatever, let's see what kind of cool information is on the page for Rarity. Anyways, like I said, the very first entry of this series involves Rarity talking about Pinkamena, which is actually a reference to this now defunct Ask Pinkamena Tumblr blog, which I'm assuming is the actual origin point of people associating that name with Cupcakes Pinky, despite it being spelled wrong. I think the mention of Pinkamena in this story was a way to get a quick jumpstart in an audience by Little Miss J by trying to force itself into Pinkamena. Looking through some behind-the-scenes videos he made, he actually expressed some regret
Why
doing
would you
this,
be
which I
grounded
assume
for
is because he
being
realized he wanted to
stressed?
make
What the
Little
hell?
Miss Rarity stand as its own entity with
That's
number one
weird.
on other blogs.
I chose not to mention Pinkamena at any points in the update because I'm trying to wean away from that. It's their thing. It's not my thing. I shouldn't be using them for popularity. I already did.
As for the future of this story, this Tumblr post from just last year basically tells us what's going on. Over the last 9 months, I've dealt with personal health issues, some mental and some rheumatoid arthritis, and most financial. The issues haven't been resolved to their fullest, but most have, especially my health issues. My mental health had a very severe decline when I realized that the Brony fandom had quite a lot of gatekeeping, toxic people, people jumping to horrible conclusions, etc. in it. I took a long, hard look at the Brony fandom and left. Little Miss Rarity is one of the two, the other being my OCs, things that'll keep me making pony content, however. While I'm rebranding back into a furry artist and no longer associating with bronies after 11 years of being horribly mistreated by people in the fandom, I am also planning to continue updating Little Miss Rarity for many years on end. This basically means that this 12-year-old story is still going, though once again, this update was from last year, and it's also the second last thing ever posted on the blog altogether, so I'm not sure if we'll ever even see how the story concludes in our lifetimes. That's a big reason I left this off at entry number 100, since that means I technically read about 3 years worth of content of a series that's still not concluded. Let us try to live slowly for a little.
That's really funny. I love how I love how your parents are like, we're gonna ground you. Like, you're not gonna go to the internet, but you're also not gonna study either. It's just like, wow.
And it gives insight into the psychology of the type of person that would make Little Miss Rarity, I guess.
If I listed everything, it would just go completely insane. If I told how horrible of a person my dad was, I could be here for 7 to 8 more hours. He literally threatened to stab us with an ice pick in our sleep because we bought pizza with olives on it.
Not to say, this guy is so messed up, haha, no wonder why you would make something messed up like Little Miss Rarity, but more, yeah, I can see where the messed upness of Little Miss Rarity is stemming from. No judgment whatsoever. For what it's worth, Little Miss J, if you happen to be watching this, I genuinely hope that you'll get better, and I will be praying for you and your family's safety. Now, something tells me you're not exactly Mr. Religious by any stretch of the imagination, and I'm sure I'll get a couple comments on this video saying, you believe in God, lol, loser, but let me just be nice for once. Alright then, I wonder who the last one will be. Anything but Twilight, anything but Twilight, anything but... For some inexplicable reason, this one was harder to find than all the other ones so far, as in, generally with these stories, you just look them up and you're ready to go with the official upload of the story. However, for this one, apparently it was considered lost media at some point in time. In fact, the place I read it from was on the Worst Pastas wiki. I'm pretty sure that the actual official original upload of it is long gone, so I really have no idea who wrote it. According to the wiki, it was apparently written by some guy named Smoziv, but the only thing I could find out about anyone going by that name online were these 2 YouTube channels that I have no idea if they're actually even related to anything. But either way, just knowing that the original upload of this story was gone, and one of the only evidences of this story even settle. Let us just get into it. So, we start off with the information that it is the first anniversary of Twilight coming over to Ponyville. Apparently, this was so important to stress that the author lets us know twice. Instead of making redundant statements, I wish the author would have spent the time to space out all these dialogues as their own mind and fix the abundant nature of all these typos. What if the other pony's question? Why did the author just bother to name a random one? Why did he have to say one of the other? Anyways, Twilight tells the main six to follow her to this downstairs section of their treehouse because she wants to put on some experiments to know more about friendship. Surprise, surprise, she tortures them one by one, slowly taking their lives away. I'm not even gonna bother going into detail with the method she used, but I will say that some of them were not creative, but innovative, maybe. Also, it was dumb how it's revealed that Apple Bloom has been dead for a while, out of nowhere in Chapter 3. This should have been mentioned in Chapter 1 to set things up. Why would Applejack go to a party if her sister has been missing? Not only that, but it turns out that Twilight had done similar experiments on Lyra, Soren, Snails, Mater Mare, and Zipporah. Why has literally nobody questioned or investigated how not only these two children disappeared, but also the literal mayor of Ponyville going missing? How am I supposed to read this like an actual story when you've literally got a line that says, author's note, I do not have a fetish for someone kissing vulvas with blood dripping down both lips. I just wanted to show Twilight's sick state of mind. Yeah, I didn't think so. Almost as if there's this concept called fiction where characters do things. Did we really have to disrupt the little amount of flow this had just to make that profound statement? Let's move on. I swear I generally have journalistic integrity, but I literally didn't even finish this one because of how dragging it was. After reading the 5th chapter and realizing that I've just about had enough, I just skimmed through the remaining stuff. Also, I decided to watch this group of fellas review the story to get the gist of the rest.
Hello and welcome to Fanatic Video. I am the Joker.
Then I realized that that was also stupid because it becomes pretty clear that the host of this podcast or whatever didn't even bother paying attention to the story himself either.
So, this story, I love it for a lot of reasons. But the main premise of the story is Twilight invites her friends over, knocks them out, and then proceeds to torture and kill them.
Hold on, just not knock him out actually. Leave them downstairs.
She leaves them downstairs.
Like, hearing the host guy do his Joker impression trying to stay in character, even though he's being roasted for getting so much information wrong on his own podcast, might actually be one of the most unintentionally funniest things I've ever seen.
I think she should write your own vocal cords.
She screams so loud that her vocal cords, like, are...
Now.
Well, no, she's like, literally, coughs them up. It's no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. And then finally, she can't scream anymore. She starts like thrashing around. She's thrashing so hard, she snaps her neck. Over.
Yeah, she's thrashing because of the electric current. The last thing Twilight does is, like, put this electrical current through her body.
Well, I think they do was fine, and then she drops back down, and then Twilight saw a lot more.
Oh god, no, it was a lot earlier.
That was way earlier.
She tries to save Pinkie Pie. At first, she tries to save Pinkie Pie, and that's
I swear it's before guys.
No, I don't think it's before Pinkie died.
Yeah,
I'll rock it up. Hold on.
So the very first thing she saw about the very sorry.
It's before she tortured me.
Okay. And, wait, no, Rary uses her magic like the Twilight.
No, that was Fluttershy.
That was Fluttershy.
I thought Rary did that too.
It's Fluttershy.
But just to prove that I didn't not finish this story just because of the length, I have to bring up how bad the actual grammar and spelling was. Such as this line, out of that? What does that even mean? Not to mention how the author ran out of ways to say said, so he wrote this line like you would write a script. Also, how can you write, the insane pony just kept biting off and munching on her helpings of Pinkie Pie like she was eating a chicken leg, and expect me as a reader to take this story seriously instead of laughing? In terms of the actual story, it was stupid because the big scare comes from the fact that Twilight is sane during all her experiments and she's completely aware of what she's doing. But then it goes on to mention how her eyes are glowing red. That is stupid, pick a side. Not to mention how because Twilight lures 5 ponies to torture one at a time, you have the ponies that aren't being tortured just sitting there doing nothing. This is an incredibly easy problem to fix. Just put the ponies into separate rooms and you won't have to focus on all of them at the same time. The main show also had this exact same problem in a few episodes since it is incredibly hard to balance 6 characters together and give them all a satisfying conclusion in one story. But whereas the actual show limits itself to 22 minutes at a time and knows to wrap up a story story regardless if it's satisfying or not. This story is like 5 or 6 22-minutes. It just keeps going because there's nothing telling it to shut up for a second. Overall, it's safe to say that the experiments of Twilight Sparkle comes from an author just trying to be edgy rather than from a need to tell a story. Unlike a Rainbow Factory and Fluttershy's and more unique concepts that had an idea of an original world they wanted to bring to life, this story doesn't even take place in an alternate grimy version of Equestria, so there's not much going for it here. I might as well just put on an actual episode of the show and imagine the characters getting tortured in my head instead, because that's literally what this story is. Like I said, because we don't really know who wrote this magnificent story, it's kind of impossible to find out what other glorious and not boring works this author has under his belt. I'm actually shocked that the top 10 My Little Pony creepypastas video I brought up earlier dared to feature this story in it. It's almost as if the guy who made that video didn't even bother reading anything on it. He starts the video off by saying this:
We're looking at the fanfics that are dark enough to send shivers down your spine. We're also putting in consideration how big they are in the fandom, and not focusing on stories that just thrive on blood and killing characters.
Yet he puts this story on it, and I don't actually see too many people even acknowledging this story's existence. But maybe it was actually popular at some point, and I'm just at a loss for words. Though, on the contrary, someone who isn't at a loss for words seems to be this DeviantArt user who wrote a review of the story. The idea of Twilight trying to break each one of her friends in order to understand their limits in regards to the elements they represent does not sound as a bad idea at all, but it certainly didn't work out here, and the author dropped several good opportunities for the plot. Like, if Rainbow Dash is the element of loyalty, why not testing her loyalty in a way like, Dash, you name one of the other ponies in this room, and I kill her instead of you. I could type a lot more of this examples, but I won't. You know, even though the grammar in this review is worse than the one in the actual story, it was still way easier to follow along with, and I agree completely with the statement. A decent idea, but a less than ideal execution. What a thought to leave this on. So, there we have it. 6 slightly classic-ish pony pastas. Now, do I think that any of these were literary masterpieces that'll be academically studied throughout the ends of the earth? No, not exactly. However, I think that the reason there's so many of these, and why there's so much fan art of them, is because, like, we're juxtaposing this cutesy-wootsy thing with some of, like, the darkest things that the human mind could even conjure up. Whether it's for the sake of being edgy, or just to introduce more, like, favorable genres we'll never get to see in the actual show, I definitely get the appeal. Even if the stories themselves aren't too good, I really like the idea of putting these cute, happy things through scary death stuff just to see what the result would be. I guess I know that I was, like, kind of harsh for some of these stories, but I really appreciate all of these for existing. But you know what? This is just the beginning. If you guys enjoyed this video, I might make another part to this whole thing. So make sure to leave comments suggesting what I should talk about next. And no, they don't necessarily have to be based on the main 6. I just used this format for the video just as a starting point. Also, as per tradition on my channel, here is my sincerest apologies for taking so long between uploads. I'm sorry, but you know, it's kind of hard to feel motivated when, like, quite a few of my videos are being copyright claimed by Hasbro, even though they're 100% within fair use. Breaking the law to steal some of your supporters' hard-earned money. That's very nice of you, Hasbro. Very classy. Perhaps expect re-uploads of these videos re-edited with less, like, show footage soon, because, this really ain't it. But what is it is you guys. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you watched it to the end, I know this was, like, the longest video on my channel, and, guess what? There's videos that's even longer that I'm working on, so stay tuned for that, and, thank you guys for watching. Until next time, this has been F- signing out.
Alright, time to search another video. Time to search another video to listen to. Let's see. My little pony, ah, my little pony. I used to wonder what friendship could be, my little pony.
And then he snuck up on the campus and said, No, I don't think he was trying to call out to you, but I think he was just trying to scare the campus. characters, Disney movies, or just Disney in general. We've rounded up 10 stories that are outright horrendous quality, with completely silly, ridiculous, and cliche twists at every corner. And plenty of punctuation errors, that I can definitely assure you. So grab some marshmallows and let's check out the 10 worst Disney creepypastas. And just a heads up, there will be discussion of some more over-the-top animated gore than usual. It kinda comes with the territory of bad creepypastas, because apparently violence is really scary. And of course, if any of the writers of these stories are watching, please don't take my criticism to heart. I'm only criticizing your stories, and certainly not you as a person. I hope you keep writing, you keep improving.
Hey, it's been a while, Strider. I heard you're using my disclaimer again. Are you checking out some creepypastas?
Oh, hey Dennis. Please welcome a good friend of mine, Hoodoo Hoodlum's Revenge. He's a master of bad creepypastas. Want to help us read some of these abysmal stories, Dennis?
I'd be glad to. I'm ready when you are.
Okay, great. Also, some of these stories have been slightly abbreviated or altered in order to fit into this video. If you'd like to check out the full stories, links are in the description. But without further ado, on to the countdown. Do you suppose the bears will attack us? I don't know, maybe we should get some bear spray just in case. Help me, Mickey. Now this is an authentic creepypasta. It even comes with a cliche caption picture of the wiki. Apparently this bloody picture is Mickey telling the kids, "Death is fun." Anyway, let's begin.
It was your average trip to Disney World. Roller coasters, merch, events, and etc. But one of it was for 2013 movie night, and I logged off my Club Penguin account and went to movie night. Oh yeah, Club Penguin is serious business.
The employees played a movie called Help Me, Mickey. And so I was gonna watch. Mid there was saying, "Help me, Mickey, ah," while being stabbed, and so Mickey was coming out.
But while Mickey was saving Mickey, he got violently hit by a car, and blood and guts went in the air, and all of the children watching screamed while Mickey was laughing. But the movie said, "Die." And that gave one kid a secure. He didn't survive after seeing it, even if it couldn't cause it from what I was seeing. What? This story got so serious so quick.
Mickey had a creepy face telling the children, "Death is fun." And the movie was done already, and every kid was screaming and crying while the employees were shocked seeing it and helping the children forget it. But I was scared seeing that shite, and our final days, I didn't even mind to watch Disney Channel, even if I was all I would not really watch. Where are your full stops, sir? You randomly capitalized here and there, but that seems to have been mistakes. I went to the manager at the pool, and he closed movie night for quite a while and was searching why that happened. And apparently that's it. Though to be fair, this Help Me Mickey movie still sounds less creepy than the Mad Doctor was. Oh look, a giant koala. That's a bear. Look at it, look like Yogi and Bobo. Oh, sorry. Number 9. It's a small world.
Wow, for once this terrible creepypasta does not have anything to do with lost episodes.
It's a freaking miracle. Well, let's read it then. Today I got very good news. My mom and dad made a decision. Well, it is good news, I guess. They said that they decided that we are going to Disney World. I am so exited. A boy in my class said he went to Disney World.
Guys, I'm so exited.
So I've heard. I'd like to go someday myself. It's June now. In the 13th day of June. We're headed
Guys,
to
are you
Orlando,
exited?
Florida. It's the 3rd day of June now. I'm so exited. My dad said we're going with my cousins. It's because of my cousin Dan's birthday.
Hey guys,
And me.
are you guys exited?
My lonely little girl, it's not fair. Clearly, that's all very important information towards the Disney. Where are they going with this?
Today we're on our way to Disney World. Luckily,
I'm so
Dad made it
exited about this. Are you guys
Luckily, it's 2
exited
hours
about
to go.
this?
I'm so happy. The hotel looks cool. There's a big pool and a big room. There's also a cool lobby. Tomorrow, Mom said we're going on the rides. I'm skipping along the sidewalk with my mom beside me, and we're on our way to the ride called It's a Small World. My mother says I'll like it. It sounds exiting. I'm at the outside
I know,
of the ride.
it sounds exiting, guys.
For a build up here. There's a long line though. I turned and kissed my mother. I thanked her. That's very sweet, but can we get to the point, please? When we finally got off the boat, my mom pointed to a cute little kid singing the song, "It's a world of laughter, it's a world of tears, it's a world of hope, and it's a world of fears. It's a small world after all. It just goes on like that. I looked down, the water was crystal blue. I stepped towards the wall, it was slightly red. I turned to my mum, she gave me a smile. Then I saw a
Oh,
frown
this
on her
looks
face.
hot as
What's wrong,
hell.
Mum?
I fell down. I landed in the water. I started screaming and thrashing around. I was scared. I woke up and I still heard the song, It's a Small World After All. Except I was in a different room. I saw all the kids that we saw earlier sing the song. They would go outside so the public could hear them sing. If there was a frown on their face before going outside, they were whipped. And if they made any noise, they were whipped harder and harder.
I didn't want that to happen to me. I turned around and ran for the large giant door. I guessed it was an exit. While walking towards it, there was blood on the floor. I turned around. All the other kids looked mortified. They were covered in bumps and bruises and blood. And they were whipped if they didn't cover up the wounds. I opened the door and ran outside, but I fell. I fell really far into the water. Then I was back in the dirty, rusty room with all the little kids.
I looked at myself. I was wearing different clothing and holding a big red flower. I heard someone behind me shout to go outside. Then I noticed something.
There was Dan. He had bruises all over his cheek and a huge smile on his face. He didn't want to have a smile on his face, though. I ran to him and hugged him, but something pulled me back, and I was back in the rusty, dirty, bad room with all the blood. Next thing I know, there were slashes of blood all over my back, and I was outside singing the song. It's a small world after all. It goes on like that.
It's a tiny, tiny world. It's a tiny, tiny world.
Well, I guess now we know the secret behind Disneyland's Small World ride. It's secretly run by children. Do you suppose he's looking for fish? Number 8. Gravity Falls, lost episode. Oh, hooray, hooray, oh joyous day. Yet another lost episode creepypasta.
I wonder why bad creepypastas so often end up being lost episode stories.
Maybe it's just bad luck. This particular creepypasta takes just about every lost episode cliche known to man. Let's check it out.
I love the cartoon on Disney Channel called Gravity Falls. One day I was browsing eBay for Gravity Falls episodes when I came across an episode I never saw before. It was titled Bill Cipher's Revenge, and the price was $1. Yeah, of course it was. So I decided to buy it. It arrived the next day. I was excited to put it in my computer because Bill Cipher is my favorite character. I inserted the disc. I waited for it to play.
When the disc played, the episode started instantly. The opening showed the mystery shack on fire for a minute. Then it cut to the opening theme. After the opening theme played, it cut to Mabel. The sky was bloody red. Then Bill Cipher appeared. His eye was all black, except for his pupil, which was red. Bill then killed Mabel with the double-barreled shotgun. Mabel's body parts splattered everywhere. Bill then laughed a very demonic laugh. It then cut to Grunkle Stan counting his money in his room.
Bill appeared and knocked him out with a hammer. At this point, I was too scared to move. It then cut to a basement, with Stan tied down to a table.
Bill appeared. He laughed a very demonic laugh. Again, then he grabbed a chainsaw. He proceeded to cut Stan's limbs off with the chainsaw. Stan yelled in agony. Finally, Bill cut Stan's head off with the chainsaw. Bill laughed a even more demonic laugh. Then the scene changed to show Seuss at a closed gas station. Seuss was taking a shite. Seuss was unaware that the gas station was closed. Bill then appeared behind Seuss with an axe. Bill then proceeded to chop Seuss's head off. Blood splattered everywhere. Finally, it cut to Dipper in his room. Dipper felt like he was being watched. I wonder what's going to happen.
Bill appeared behind Dipper. Then he pinned him down on his bed. Bill laughed so hard that he was crying. Bill then proceeded to cut Dipper's stomach open. Oh my god, that's really violent.
Bill laughed a demonic laugh. Bill then proceeded to gut Dipper. Dipper died instantly. Bill laughed a demonic laugh yet again. In fact, Bill has laughed a demonic laugh 5 times in this one paragraph. Bill then disappeared, then the episode ended. My computer then crashed. I was screaming so hard, I hated Bill Cipher forever. I then took the disc and threw it in my fireplace. So if you ever find a disc called Bill Cipher's revenge. Please do not fight. I think someone is watching Splat. So the author was killed by Bill in the process of writing this? Cue the demonic laugh yet again. Oh, fine, I'll try demonic laughter too.
Let me try demonic laugh too.
I hear they're dangerous in numbers. Yeah, look how smart and tactical they are here.
They can't get in there because we got a new bear lock can.
Go.
Here you go for my Reaper
Disney's Carnage.
fans.
Well, that's a promising title. Let's see what they have in store. For us. Hey there. Hi, author. Have you ever heard of Warner's Splatter? It's a parody featuring animated Warner characters, Tom and Jerry and Looney Tunes. If you have seen by chance a picture of Jerry getting chopped by
Yes, it's you, Reaper.
demented parody, well, I had a terrible experience with something like that.
First things first, let me introduce myself. Name's Susie, and I'm an anthropomorphic dinosaur? I used to be a bully, being mean to everyone, threatening others, but an indirect trip to another world changed me completely. That's not what I'm going to talk about, though. But then why did you bring it up? You had a trip to another dimension, but you're instead going to tell us about a Disney movie? I guess I'll strap in.
It was Saturday, and I was grounded for skipping class yesterday. Not that I cared a lot. So, there's a long silly subplot here about Susie apparently doing drugs and lying to her parents and teacher about it, but it's really long and boring and has absolutely nothing to do with Disney, so we're just going to skip to the next one. Again, if you're curious, full story in the description. Toriel, the teacher, yelled at me, "Are you effing out of your mind?" I was shocked. Toriel had never sworn, not even in front of the students. Even in front of them. Well, I feel like that's the last place you should swear. "I can't believe you had been doing drugs. That's illegal and wrong," she kept screaming.
I swear I didn't do drugs. Well, if you're gonna keep lying, then I will have to get rough, she said, as she dragged me to the detention room. She made me sit and pulled out a disc with the title Carnage, drawn in red marker. "This will teach you not to be a terrible monster," she said, as she inserted the disc in the disc player and left the room.
The movie started with the modern intro of Disney movies. Then the Pixar intro appeared, but when the lamp squashed the eye, the screen went black, followed by a disturbing sound. What disturbing sound? Like the sound of Christopher Walken or Nicolas Cage? You gotta elaborate a bit, author. Then it went back, but the lamp was covered in blood. What? This was shocking. They had never shown blood in a Pixar Disney movie as far as I was concerned. Must have been a prank to scare me off. Oh yes, I'm sure it was. After that, the Steamboat Willie intro began playing. But when it was about to end, Pete appeared on the edge of the river throwing rocks at him, which didn't do much damage.
What went next horrified me. Pete lifted a big boulder and threw it at the steamboat, exploding it and sending Mickey's flying limbs everywhere, while he laughed. This shocked me. Pete was a bad guy. Why he would never attempt murder?
Finally, the movie began with Captain Hook from Peter Pan running from the TikTok croc. But the crocodile managed to catch him and began eating him limb by limb, while blood and organs sprouted everywhere. This made me really sick. I wanted to get out of there, but the door was locked. So the only thing I could do was watch this monstrosity. Or you can, turn off the TV maybe, or face the other way, and I don't know, something. After that, we see Gaston from Beauty and the Beast stabbing the beast, and then he's thrown into the cliff, where his body is ripped in half after hitting a Sharpie rock. Like a pen Sharpie? Then the movie cuts to the final battle of Syndrome with the Incredibles. He was trying to get out of the turbine that he was being sucked into, but unfortunately he gets sucked and shredded to pieces. Ew. The movie changed near the end of Hunchback of Notre Dame, where Frollo gets into a gargoyle and falls into the fire, while his skin gets burnt only to splatter to the floor later. I mean, isn't that what happened anyway? I mean, you really can't
access to it? Did she made it? Did she bought it on the dark web? It changed to the finale of the Tarzan movie. Clayton was falling, trying to get rid of the vines, but instead of dying hanged, the pressure of the vines decapitated him. Tarzan approached the corpse, ripped out his heart, ate it, and began beating his own chest.
I'm still here.
That is really weird.
The next scene was the lion.
I'm still here. I'm doing something else. Hold on.
Surrounded by his former followers, and then he got eaten out by them. Eaten out like when they go for pizza. This, of course, was uncensored, and I could see how they ripped him apart limb by limb, piece by piece, until the only thing left of him were his bones. God, I wanted to end this suffering already. Imagine that's what the reader's saying about it now.
We then suddenly see a scene of Randall from Monsters, Inc. falling, and when he hit the ground, blood and guts splattered everywhere. This is like a Disney's greatest hits, but in all the wrong ways. I tried to turn this off, but it wouldn't shut down. It's like it was meant to torture me. This wasn't a punishment anymore.
After an hour of agony, the movie ended without any credits. I went into the TV and tried to throw it into the window. Then, all of a sudden, Alfie's opened. Do you mean Toriel, your teacher? Alfie's opened the door and walked in, clapping her hands sarcastically. Good job, Susie. I hope you learned your lesson, she said. She then began explaining that her and some students made a fan parody.
Oh, hey, Potato. Here's to cheer you up.
As a punishment method. Well, what can I say? It worked. Remember, readers, never act like a bad person, or else you might get mental scars for the rest of your life, like me. You heard, Susie, all you anthropomorphic dinosaurs out there. Don't be a bad person, or you might have to watch a weird Disney YouTube poop student-teacher project. Hey, Boo, is it true that bears kill people? Only 67 people in the last 120 years? That's like almost nothing. I guess I just want to be left alone. Number 6. Star vs. the Forces of Evil. Lost episode. Oh, come on. How can they make Star vs. the Forces of Evil creepy? Star and Marco are like the cutest couple in the history of Disney XD.
I went downtown by myself.
I know. I was there.
Well, let's begin the story and find out.
Warning. The following story will shock you. This story would be considered mass murder if you intend to read this story that I am typing. Viewer discretion advised.
Star vs. the Forces of Evil is a great show.
Yes,
If there's
Potato.
one thing that I can't
Crosshair.
erase my mind, it has to be the one episode that aired during 3 in the morning, just 2 nights.
You're welcome.
Disney is known for not releasing their animated shows on DVD as complete seasons, unlike Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network. I assume this episode that I will tell you might as well be the reason as to why.
I got back home as late as 2:42 a.m. It was hours before my finals. I tried to rest, but I couldn't sleep, so turned on the TV to Disney XD, and while surfing the TV guide, I noticed that a surprise new episode was airing.
The episode starts with a normal intro, but midway through, when they just sang, "I'm from another world," the audio was abruptly cut off by sounds of loud screaming and a short second audio of a real-life mass homicide. The intro ended as I felt uncomfortable. I wasn't going to give this a chance after watching the intro, but I just remembered this was the start of a new episode and was assuming that maybe this was some type of Halloween special. The title of the episode read, "Star and Her Forces for Mass Genocide." Oh, right, yeah, because Star vs. the Forces of Evil is a show that talks about mass genocide and has real-life sounds of homicides. Sure, that's not suspicious at all. The meat and potatoes of the episode began with Star Butterfly looking at the camera as though she was breaking.
Alright. I'm back.
But she said nothing. In fact, she was emotionless.
During that scene, her body glitched out, and I followed the hood. It was an animation error. Yeah, and that's a spelling error. She mouthed about something, but I could not hear any form of sentence. It didn't help that a loud static radio noise was filtered in this scene. Always gonna be static.
Marco, her boyfriend, walks in her room asking what she's doing, but Star immediately freaked out as if she was suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. Marco starts to form a sentence, but it was taking no more than 3.5 minutes. Watching Marco say nothing for 3.5 minutes? You have more patience than I do. The next scene features Star and Marco at school walking while having a conversation, but it seemed like the animators put the same walking cycle over and over and over and the same backdrop of the school hallways as if it was an old sequences. Why do they make their sentences so long? In this conversation, Marco asked Star Butterfly if she was okay after last night. I got scared when Star replied the following.
See, Marco, they usually say that Earth is a perfect place. Truth be told, it is not. We live in a world of wildfires, homicide, bombing, war, mass shootings,
Terrorism, tsunamis, suicide, necrophilia, crime, bestiality, and Freemasons. Think about it, Marco. This spot isn't kills and corpse. It's been left royally by the last goddamn dystopian medium.
Whoa, she cursed. And this wasn't bleeped out either.
This never happened in the series before, and lecturing about government conspiracies in a kid's cartoon show?
Listen, Marco, I will cite fury this vacant dimension. The cosmos will pay for the damages that's been happening.
As soon as I was about to turn off the TV, I saw a nuclear explosion, drawn more realistically than anything else in the series. The citizens, the school children, Marco, the Queen, everyone else screamed in sheer terror and agony. The only known survivor was Star herself.
I could not take any more of this. I was afraid as to what might happen next. She was walking back to Marco's place alone with no sound playing, except for Free Bird by Leonard Skinner. But that said background song sounded a little muffled as if it was some kind of last-minute audio error. After her walk, which went on for 3.5 minutes. Why does everything in the creepypastas go on for 3.5 minutes? Is it some sort of magic demonic number? The episode abruptly ended. Like, the episode ended just by cutting to black abruptly, jumping to the end title. I tried to go to sleep. I couldn't even study the finals. I was baffled and mortified from this episode. I wanted to time out how this happened. Like, why this episode suddenly aired once. But now it's time for me to talk about the Rule 34. No. We don't need to read any more of that. I think we're done with this one. Honestly, Star's tantrum speech here doesn't seem that different from a regular teenager who thinks he has all the answers. But I guess it would still be shocking if Star went as far as to actually hurt innocent people. But still, that's a really dumb story. Next one. Why is he looking at me? They have over 2,000 times better smell than humans. Well, how was I to know? A Bug's Life deleted scene. I remember Bug's Life. I used to watch this on repeat when I was 8. Over and over again. Somewhat okay times. Yeah, not really. Anyway, here's a story. Has anyone heard about this old Pixar movie, A Bug's Life? It's a movie about an ant named Flick, who teams up with a team of circus insects to fight a band of evil grasshoppers led by Hopper, an evil, greedy grasshopper who only wants food from the ants. I watched it like a couple of years ago, and I pretty much enjoyed it.
However, one incident left me shocked for my entire life. In 2007, I found a VHS tape on the ground while I was walking home after a day of swimming practice. It said, "Don't watch, XR confidential tape." I popped it in my VCR. You should have read the fine print. It said don't watch.
The tape. Oh, thank you for getting straight to the point. I'll most appreciate it. The tape started with static for 5 minutes. The scene was the near-ending climax of the movie, where Hopper cornered Flick into the bird's nest. The scene was violent. An example was Hopper choking Flick with Flick coughing. The bird then sees Hopper doing the dreadful deed. Thinking it was a trick with the blueberry scouts inside, Hopper immediately realized and he was shocked.
The bird roared at him, but the roar was Godzilla's roar, and it was extremely loud. I turned down the volume, but I could still hear the deafening roar. Hopper screamed as he walked out, but the bird caught him. As Hopper was almost going to die, the bird then stabs him with its beak and carries him to his babies.
Somehow, Hopper is still alive and he was screeching for help. The bird
What?
immediately
What?
dropped
What am I?
Hopper
What?
down to its
I'm not
babies.
drawing
The
anything.
screen cuts to black and I could hear
I'm not
blood
drawing anything.
curdling screams. Soon, an image of Hopper appeared on the screen.
Hopper
I'm not drawing
His
anything.
left eye was a cross, and his other eye was dangling from the socket. His mouth started leaking blood, and his wings were ripped out. One of his arms were ripped out as well. The music playing was Hammer Town from Pokemon Fire Red. I tried lowering down the volume, but the remote had no batteries. I tried asking for help, but I was alone. The screen turned black, and then a message appeared saying, 1995, Pixar Animation Studios.
The tape popped out of the VCR and I popped it back in to get some footage. I uploaded difference in this lost episode to the original movie is it had a slightly more grisly Disney death than usual. Let's like Princess Anna or the circus bugs. I was hoping for some sort of ant zombie apocalypse.
We drew on to be dying because our teacher said it would be more dramatic.
We're all mad here. The Cheshire Cat. I am not mad. I am not mad. Please, you've got to listen. The doctors don't believe me. They think I did it, but I didn't. Let me start at the beginning. You know the story Alice in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll? I might have heard of it. I'm a huge fan of it. I love all the movie adaptations except the sequel by Tim Burton. Well, that we can agree on. Those movies were just garbage. My favorite characters were the Cheshire Cat, the Mad Hatter, and especially Alice.
One night, I decided to watch the Disney adaptation for what was probably the 100th time. It started out normally, Alice sitting in a tree with her cat. When it got to the part where Alice was falling down the rabbit hole, things started to get weird. The audio became distorted and the picture turned black and white. Not black and white like the old TVs, but literally black and white.
When Alice got to the room with the drink-me bottle, I started to hear a growl coming from the TV. Then suddenly, the movie cut off. An extremely disturbing picture of the Cheshire Cat began to flash on the screen. A very evil and malevolent voice started to talk. Down, down the rabbit hole. Fall faster and faster. Join us in the madness. I gotta stop doing that or I'll kill my voice. I quickly shut off the TV. The hell was going on? The movie never acted like that before. I ejected the DVD, but when it came out, it was covered in What, your VCR have a nosebleed or something?
Over the course of the next few days, things started to get worse. I received a phone call from the police telling me that all of my friends had been brutally killed and torn apart. Well, that came out of nowhere. What caused that? I would like to imagine it has nothing to do with the movie you're watching. It just all happens to be a really crazy coincidence. Every night I heard the same voice from the TV. They kept repeating the same thing. Down, down the rabbit hole. Fall faster and faster. Join us in madness.
One day, I woke up to find a quote from Alice in Wonderland, written in blood on my wall. It was one of Alice's sayings, curiouser and curiouser. As the nights went on, the voices became even more hateful and horrific. Finally, one night, it became worse. The voice was too terrifying to describe in words, which is what authors say when they're too lazy to describe something in words. This time, it said something different. We're all mad here. It started to laugh maniacally, and then everything went black. I woke up here in the asylum. The doctor said I was in my living room, covered in blood and muttering about painting the roses red. Please, you've got to help. It did this to me. It possessed me and made me do it. The horrific and twisted cat. Well, to be fair, this does sound like the rantings of a crazed lunatic and what he might write in the asylum. I hope your mental health improves with time. Mental health problems are very real, though I don't think many of them are caused by Disney's Alice in Wonderland. Maybe the Tim Burton's. I can't drop it. You're hungry and it's peanut butter. Winnie the Pooh. Yep, that's the title of the creepypasta. So I've compressed the story a bit as it's really long, but the second part of this creepypasta is worth hearing in its entirety. Basically, a caring father knows his kid likes Winnie the Pooh and decides to get him a Pooh doll. He can't find Winnie the Pooh dolls anywhere for some reason, but manages to find a Winnie the Pooh doll tattered and torn in the basement of his house. He gives it to his 4-year-old
What in
son,
the Jesus
Noah, who loves it. But soon Noah begins to
What the
exclude
Jesus
everything else
Christ
in
was
his
that?
life except the Winnie the Pooh doll, not even being willing to leave his room. So after a few weeks of this strange behavior getting worse, the dad takes the doll and puts it in his own room. You know, he could have trashed it or put it down the garbage disposal or the wood chipper, but no, let's just take the doll. But this is where the story gets even more crazy banana bonkers. So here's the rest of the story as it was originally.
Noah bugged me and bugged me asking where the bear was, and I always replied, Pooh went back to the 100-acre woods to visit his friends.
Weeks went by and Noah's health was improving dramatically. He gained his weight back, the bags under his eyes were going away, he started eating again. He even started telling me that he loved me at night before bed. It's very sweet. I lay on my bed, looking over the worn doll. I even picked it up and tossed it back and forth in my hands for a while. I like how this doll feels. Despite its aging, the doll was still fuzzy as ever. I started putting the doll in my bag before work. On lunch breaks, I pulled the doll out and stroked its head. I quickly shoved it back into my bag. Eventually, I stopped going to work. I needed more time with Pooh. I spent my days clutching the leather doll in my hands, caressing it, and taking care of it. I love you, Pooh. There's nothing to eat. And taking care of it. I love you, Pooh. Dad, there's nothing to eat. No one would mind. Stupid kid. He's interfering with my time with Pooh. Can't you see I'm busy, you little cretin?
Noah would hang his head and scurry back up to his room.
He doesn't know, Pooh. He doesn't know the time for you. I started confiscating its VHS collection of Winnie the Pooh, bringing them to my room so I could watch them all day, all night. I stopped sleeping. If I slept, Pooh would be angry. I didn't want to make him angry.
I hadn't even gotten up to relieve myself. Okay.
I don't care, as long as Pooh is happy. Noah eventually left, but I couldn't exactly remember when. Was it yesterday? Was it weeks ago? Good riddance. I'm free of it for good. Eventually, my electricity went out. I hadn't paid the bill in months. I'd gone from a 180-pound man to a 100-pound man. As long as Pooh loves me, I don't care. I was forced to eat bugs and rats that unfortunately scurried across my path. The paint on the walls started to peel and mold covered the ceiling. I don't care. I do it for Pooh. He needs more time than I do.
Much time has passed and I haven't been in great shape. I think I'm dying.
I can't die. Pooh doesn't want me to die. My beard and unkempt hair reach below my chest. My clothes are in tatters, and my fingernails have grown unreasonably long. I sing to myself occasionally to please Pooh. Winnie the Pooh.
Jesus, you guys, calm the fuck down. I'm not even done with my drawing yet.
There's a knock on the door. People have knocked before, but this knock was insistent. It was hard, but I got up and stood. I looked through the peephole, and a man in his late 20s was outside. He knocked again. He shouted something. Dad, are you in there? And that's where the story ends.
Wait, that's it? What happens to the father?
I don't know, but I was genuinely curious this time. Apparently, Noah the orphan, 25 years later, comes back to visit his hermit troll father, and that's how it ends.
Honestly, I couldn't decide if that story was horrifying or hilarious.
A shame the dad didn't do what literally every other creepypasta protagonist ever does, destroy the cursed object. Oh well, that was really fun. Next story. Should be safe here. Blue. I dropped my sandwich. Should I go back? Oh, thank you. A Goofy movie, alternative ending.
Oh man, I love a Goofy movie. The soundtrack to that movie is on a whole nother level.
It was a nice autumn day, and I was wondering why Disney keeps the Disney Vault such a secret. I know there's countless images in the vault, but Disney made sure to keep one tape in the vault secret. My cousin, who works at Disney, of course, told me that there is one VHS of a Goofy movie that Disney wants nobody to talk about. I asked him if he could bring this VHS of a Goofy movie. He said he had a spare copy of it. Didn't he just tell us there's only one tape? Anyway, I wanted to see what was so secret about one VHS tape. My cousin came in. I should say I went to his house to talk to him. He had a VHS that looked rusty and old. We cleaned it and put it in our VHS player.
It started normal. In fact, everything was normal. Until the ending. Max attempts to grab the steering wheel. That was weird because Max tells Goofy where to go in the original movie.
I'm not.
He made the car
Don't worry. I'm not drawing NSFW. That's gonna be on my Patreon.
Got destroyed. Max was trying to swim. It looked like he was about to drown. I kept watching. He kept on going and going down the waterfall.
Normally at this point, Goofy would save it. Goofy tried, but failed really badly. Max was getting closer and closer towards the waterfall. He fell to his death. It wasn't shown that he died, but it was implied that he died. Goofy was watching in terror. He walked until he saw a person who was offering him a car. Goofy accepted. He drove off to his home. He got home and looked at Max's old stuff there. Yes, that name is Cannon. I'm sorry, what? What are you even talking about? What name is Cannon? Goofy finds a spare gun and puts it into his mouth and said his final words. Goodbye, Disney. Luke then shoots himself to death. Or die. He's not going to shoot himself to life.
I was shocked when Goofy pulled the trigger. The credits rolled and at the end a quote came on. The quote reads, "If you feel stuck, do what Goofy did." Walt Disney. I could not believe that Walt would say a thing like that. So I emailed Disney and they said that they didn't make the tape and that some hater of Disney made it.
I asked my cousin if he made the tape. He wasn't there. Did he make the tape? I asked myself. I drove off and watched the real version of Goofy movie. I heard a knock piece of paper. It said, if you feel stuck,
Dirty mind,
I was
dirty
tired of hearing
mind,
that quote, so I tossed it in my paper tray. Now let me watch the real version of Goofy Moo. Oh, and we're done. Well, at least the protagonist was okay at the end. It's a strange story, but I actually felt there was a surprising amount of earnestness to this story.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely read worse creepypastas. Author, keep on shredding papers that say that.
We hope you find calm and serenity in your life, or at least a decent copy of the Goofy Moo. I guess he likes garbage. Oh, delicious. Thank you, Boo. Even I better like peanut butter. Whoa, this one's really something special. You ready for this, Dennis?
I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Let's check it out.
Me and my friend were die-hard fans of Epic Mickey. We heard 2 is coming. But one day, the game caused my nightmares to come true, and my friends too. I was looking at eBay to buy a new game. I found Epic Mickey game, and I clicked on it. It was called Epic Mickey Zero. The description said, take it away or he will kill me. The game is cursed, take it.
I was creeped out. I asked myself, who's he? I bought the game and the description said, thank you. Now de-story it and never play it. I was like, the fuck? I clicked refresh and it 404 me. After a few weeks, the box came in poorly written to and from words.
I opened the box and the cover was pretty creepy. There was Mickey's hand holding a knife and Toon's corpse were hung on the upper part of the cover, and there was a black background with a red text said, Mickey in blood text and red color. I opened the case and the disc was blank and marked Blood Mickey. I invited my friend over to see this. That was your first properly punctuated sentence in this whole story. Well done. He came and looked at the manual and he looked at it and puked at the picture.
It's fine, I don't know it. It's fine, I don't know anymore. I do this a lot. I do this a lot. I screw with my viewers a lot. It's just funny.
The screen slowly faded to a spoopy all with blood red on it. The game's warning is black and take me to the logo of Disney. With blood drooping down the words and red flash to the two companies named Shizable Table.
It was one of the weirdest names for a company. There was message in Shizable It was very fast. The blackness took me to the title screen with only 2 sentences. Mickey, and press plus to play. I press plus and take me to the save menu, then the main menu.
Only one save. Play with Mickey Mouse. The date was just 6666666. I made a new save and the game went black and red static came and take me back to the menu again. I picked a save and make my problems go away.
The time was 9 p.m. I watched the cutscene with my friend, and there was Mickey on stage with 1 million people there. He did his act in House of Mouse, and everybody booed at him with hyper-realistic eye that were red. His friend booed at him and his brother, and everybody from Disney booed at him. Mickey headed home on foot, walking endlessly and hated it. Pluto was nowhere to be seen. Mickey was crying in his room. After he cried for 2 minutes, he got a rifle and shot himself in the screen went black and the fades took back to his corpse bleeding and his soul left his body and did the same thing he did in the first one.
We turned the volume up and the narration sounds more demonic than meets the eye. We never understand what he was saying. Yen Sid looked at the tall guy and a tentacle went out and put the brush down like Moon. He killed Yen Sid by stealing his soul. Mickey hid and the guy vanished. There was a message on the corner said, Yen Sid is done with his life by the Mind Man. I thought it was the Slender Man. What a shite name for a Slender Man related character.
Mickey came up the work and knife in the drawer and cut the wasteland into pieces like Tetris. Spider-Man was standing behind him.
Alright, I think it's time for me to leave. Sorry, I have to cut this one short. I'm getting really tired. But yeah, thanks guys for watching. Thank you to Reaper, Skittles, Jay, Spooky the Artist, I don't know anymore, Air Emily, Robert, Fanglex Fox, Small Dragna, Luxie,
blood.
Potato, Croc,
The game was
Sextail,
static with blood red
Roar,
colors. So much blood.
The game was black and faded to a torture
Waffle,
chamber with no
and
dialogue or
other,
scene. I go upstairs.
basically the other 72 people in the
Into
chat.
a room with
Thanks guys for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Or stream. I had fun. See you later. Bye.